Good morning. Today is Wednesday, August 6th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of August 2025. Before we get started, I would like to ask everyone to please silence their phones. Thank you. May I now ask that all of you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Okay, thank you. Today, we will be covering all items noted on our August agenda. So with that, Madam Secretary, please let's proceed with public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we are happy to hear comments from the public as well as my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. So with that, first, let's go to Carson City. If there is anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium in Carson City. Okay, seeing none then, is there anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make a public comment? If so, please step forward to the podium and state and spell your name for the record.
Good morning. Ira Dianen for the Culinary Union, DUYANEN. The U.S. agency in charge of federal labor law enforcement obtained emails between Station Casinos executives and directors in response to a subpoena in one of the largest labor law enforcement actions in U.S. history. An example are emails between Station Casinos' former chief operating officer and the former general manager of Green Valley Ranch about creating a mud list for GBR. We know Station Casinos executives ordered supervisors to create mud lists during the pandemic to keep track of which employees were pro-management, M, pro-union, U, or don't know, D. Among other nefarious purposes, there is evidence that stations used these designations to vet employees who had lost their jobs as a result of the pandemic to determine whether they should be rehired. It is illegal for an employer to discriminate based on union preference when hiring workers, but mud lists were used for other reasons as well. On July 3rd, 2020, at 11:19, the COO sent an email to the GM stating, I share your thoughts following in the footsteps of Palace and Boulder. Has your team prepared a mud list for GBR? If you have and would like Senior Vice President of Corporate HR and me to come over next week to meet with you and your team to discuss next steps, let me know and we can get something scheduled. GM wrote back, yes, that would be great. We have not prepared a mud list yet with a busy holiday weekend. We will get one completed by Wednesday next week. The COO answered, sounds good. Do you want me to schedule something for late next week or wait until you confirm you have the list? At the very time that GBR's general manager was expressing his desire to follow in the footsteps of Palace and Boulder, Station Casinos was orchestrating a campaign at those properties to solicit employees to sign anti-union petitions. It would later use these petitions to withdraw recognition from the union. The federal government alleges in the ongoing ULP trial, Station's actions was illegal. The mud lists were entered as a key piece of evidence at the trial. You should ask yourselves, during the middle of a pandemic when Nevada workers were literally dying, why would the chief operating officer of a company that your agency regulates think it was necessary to solicit a list of gaming employees' sentiments about unions? Why would that COO push for a meeting about the next steps pertaining to the mud list? You have the authority to investigate whether this company is adhering to the high standards necessary to operating a gaming enterprise in our state. You should do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to make a public comment? If so, please step forward and give your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Matthew Lopez, MATTHEW I am 29 years old and I work as a bellman at Station Casino's Green Valley Ranch. I was raised over the hill in Boulder City and started working at Green Valley Ranch in 2016 at 21 years old. As a bellman, not only do we deliver carts full of luggage and coolers through long hallways, we also drive high rollers all over the Las Vegas Valley, to and from the airports, casinos, and almost anywhere they please. I make just a little over minimum wage being $12 an hour. My hourly wage is $1.86 more than that. In the last 9 years, my coworkers and I voted to go union with a 78% vote yes. However, in these last few years, the feeling of being disrespected has only grown. The raises are insufficient and rare. Our hours are inconsistent, and the appreciation days are glorified pizza parties. I believe that one job should be enough for myself and my coworkers to earn fair wages with predictable guaranteed wage increases and job security with consistent scheduling. This isn't just about our present, but our future as well. When someone enjoys what they do, it's easy to ignore all the bad. In situations like these, I hope the company and you see that I am more than just a number. I appreciate your time and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else willing to make or interested in making public comment at this time? Okay, seeing none, that will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary.
Before you leave, if you have copies of your comments, have you provided them? Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's dispositions.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for July 2025.
We all have had the opportunity to review the dispositions. Would either of my colleagues care to make a motion on the disposition?
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I'd be glad to make that motion. I move that we adopt the July 2025 disposition.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal? Aye. Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. With that, we'll move to our regular non-restricted agenda for today. Madam Secretary, non-restricted number 1 was removed from the agenda prior to the meeting, so please read in non-restricted 2 at this time.
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of Flutter Entertainment PLC for a continuous or delayed public offering. It is also the applications of Betfair Group Limited, The Sporting Exchange Limited, TSE Holdings Limited, FanDuel Group Parent LLC, and FanDuel Group Inc. to guarantee securities and hypothecate assets in conjunction with a public offering.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to Flutter Entertainment. Here next to me with the company is Mark Irwin, the Group Director of Finance. We are before you today in connection with the company's application for a shelf. The company previously received a shelf in 2022, so if this was approved, it would make the company's second shelf approval. The company continues to meet the requirements of Regulation 16.115. They have a class of securities on the New York Stock Exchange well in excess of $10 million, and they have filed all required reports. There are no immediate plans to use the shelf, but they would like to have it on hand for general corporate purposes. We've reviewed draft number 1 dated July 16th, and we believe it is in proper form. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about the application. Otherwise, I can turn it to Mr. Irwin, who's going to provide a brief update on the company and its finances for you.
I think what I'd like to do is have Mr. Irwin do his affirmative presentation and maybe ask questions of both of you as warranted.
Certainly. Thank you. Please, Mr. Irwin.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Member Assad, and Member Sendal. My name is Mark Irwin, and I'm very honored to be here today to share with you some updates on the company. As you may recall, in January of last year, Flutter listed on the New York Stock Exchange, and in May of the same year, this became our primary listing also. We're very proud that FanDuel remains the #1 online sportsbook in the US, and recently in 2024 became the #1 iGaming operator in the US also. We believe that what we call the Flutter Edge is our key sustainable competitive advantage and allows local brands to access and contribute to our global capabilities across product, technology, expertise, and scale. And as always, we endeavor to build our scale in a sustainable way with increasing numbers of players engaging with our Play Well responsible gaming tools. With that, let me share a brief financial update, if I may. Fiscal 24 was a very strong year for the company, with revenues of $14 billion and adjusted EBITDA of $2.4 billion, up 19% and 26% respectively year over year. This was driven by continued strong growth in average monthly players, the extension of FanDuel's leadership in the US, and structural margin expansion in international. In Q1 25, Flutter recorded continued strong growth, reporting group revenue growth of 8%, underpinned by our scale and diversification. Strong group net income and adjusted EBITDA growth of 289% and 20% respectively, and capital optionality to invest organically to access M&A and deliver capital returns to our shareholders through our $5 billion repurchase program, which commenced in November 24. Within these results, FanDuel also reported strong revenue growth year over year of 18% in total. And adjusted EBITDA was $161 million, more than 5 times higher than the prior year, as our business continued to deliver strong operating leverage. And in international, we reported revenues of $2 billion and adjusted EBITDA of $518 million for the quarter, which was +3% and +2% respectively year over year on a constant currency basis. At a group level, we also reported that following a reorganization in January of this year, Flutter moved to a 2-segment financial reporting structure under the US and international divisions, reflecting how the group's operations are now managed and how capital is deployed. And since Q1, we've also publicly announced the acquisition of SNAI in Italy, NSX in Brazil, and most recently, the purchase of Boyd's 5% holding in FanDuel. Finally, I would just like to highlight that Flutter's Q2 financial results will be released tomorrow. And with that, we'll be available to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Okerberg and Mr. Irwin. My first question was going to be how's business, but I guess you answered that already. Could you talk a little bit more about business in the United States and then what the goals are there, a little bit more detail? I know certainly you touched on it. And then perhaps even further, a little bit more detail around your plans in Nevada.
Well, maybe to deal with the last question first. At this time, we don't have any plans immediately for Nevada. Is that fair to say, Erica? And in the rest of the US, you know, we are, and again, I need to reflect on our Q1 performance rather than talk about current trading. But as you've heard, you know, the company have continued to grow strong across the US. We have built our competitive advantage in iGaming in particular, becoming #1 in sort of towards the end of 2024. And that was the result of a number of things that the company did to improve sort of platforms, generosity programs. We looked at how our team was formed, and the execution on that strategy was really strong. So we continue to, and have continued, I guess, as we reported back then, to focus on excellent execution, sort of building our recreational player base across the states, our existing states that I suppose the more mature states, relatively speaking, have continued to grow strongly as we reported in Q1. We continue to focus on the states that may follow again in a very sustainable way with very strong regard to play safe tools.
And just to add on the Nevada point, the company currently has a branding arrangement for the sports book at the Fremont Hotel. And they also have an information service license, which allows it to provide odds and line information. And then they also have a manufacturer distributor license that has not yet been used, and then approval to share in revenue with the Fremont Sportsbook. And as you might expect, the company is always evaluating opportunities and whether a potential expansion across Nevada might be appropriate.
Understood. And I just wanted to have that discussion with you here to see what the plans were for Nevada. So no immediate plans to pursue further growth in Nevada in any of those areas?
That's correct.
Yeah, nothing at this time to report, but of course, we'll keep the board apprised.
Appreciate that. With respect to the shelf, I know that you want to have it for flexibility depending upon circumstances that may arise. Can you give me a sense of what you're looking for in terms of when you would use it, what sorts of things, what sorts of environmental conditions you're looking at to use the shelf?
Yeah, I think the company wants to have it on hand just in case there's a circumstance where they need to conduct a public offering, but at this time they don't contemplate that it would be necessary.
Okay, so it's just a market condition thing.
Exactly.
Okay, appreciate that. I wanted to ask you about the compliance program. There have been a number of compliance issues that have led to fines across several states and countries. And since the last time you were before the board, I wanted to ask you about that generally and what your view is, Mr. Irwin, about compliance, and then certainly Ms. Okerberg, if you have additional comments, those would be appreciated.
Sure. If you don't mind, I would start, Mr. Chair, and then turn it to Mr. Irwin to opine from his perspective.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. So specifically as to the point on regulatory violations, Flutter obviously is always working to improve its training, its technology, its policies and procedures, and occasionally violations do occur. The nature of those will vary depending on the states. I think there's a handful of factors that are relevant there. I think one important factor is the fact that Flutter is a global online gaming company. And so when you look at the volume in terms of the scale of the business, I think if you looked at a similarly situated company, you would probably see a proportional amount of regulatory violations or fines. I also think that from the company's perspective, they look at how different jurisdictions handle regulatory matters. So just by way of example, in Nevada, you would conduct an audit, and there may be a regulatory violation letter, but that can be handled administratively. Or there may be things that don't even need to be put in a regulatory violation letter and can just be handled with the company. In other jurisdictions, their mechanism for enforcement is to issue a fine and do so publicly rather than to have some of these administrative processes. So I think those are a handful of different factors that play into those fines. As far as your question on the compliance program, they have a robust compliance team at the Flutter level as well as at the FanDuel and the other brand levels. The Nevada Gaming Compliance Committee and the Nevada Gaming Compliance Plan are at the Flutter level. And so the company reviews everything across all of the brands that Flutter has. And the Gaming Compliance Committee reviews regulatory violations, fines, litigation, all of those things as part of the compliance officer's report, as well as during compliance committee meetings. And they have specifically spoken about the nature and the number of the violations. And they feel, given all of the circumstances, that the company has it under control.
Okay, Mr. Irwin.
Yeah, probably not much to add to that, Chair Treitzer. The compliance framework, as Erica said, considers anti-money laundering, but also counter-terrorist financing. We've got policies covering both, which apply across the group. The divisions across the group have also implemented policies, procedures, and standards that ensure that they operate in line with local requirements. The directors of compliance at both group level and each division are responsible for ensuring compliance. So our policies and procedures look to address local regulatory obligations as well, concerning transaction monitoring, customer due diligence, and enhanced due diligence. suspicious activity detection, and timely SAR submission. And our internal audit and assurance teams routinely monitor compliance against our policies, procedures in conjunction with local regulations.
I appreciate that answer, and these are matters that obviously are the utmost importance. So it's good to hear that you have certainly a very robust approach to each of them, and we'll work to continue to reduce the number of incidences as we move forward. So I appreciate that. With that, I have no further questions. Judge Assad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Welcome, nice to see you, and Ms. Okerberg, always great to see you as well. I don't have any concerns with the 16.115 requirements being met. I'm in full support of the shelf request. You're financially very solvent. The company's in great shape. In our materials, the only question I had was where our agents spoke about FanDuel's interest in doing business with Kalshi. I mean, you're probably not the person to address that, but do you know anything about that?
Judge Assad, if I could, I think I can answer that. There were media reports around that. The company has not entered into any transaction or agreement with Kalshi, and they continue, like other gaming operators, to monitor the space, the litigation, regulatory matters. So if there were any change in that position, we of course would speak with the Gaming Control Board about that.
Yeah, I mean, you understand, we have the position that Kalshi is operating here illegally because they don't have a license through the Nevada Gaming Commission. And therefore they're operating illegally in our estimate. We even sent them a cease and desist letter. And as far as whether the CFTC has jurisdiction over states and state sovereignty, that's an issue that's in litigation. And I don't know if you're aware, but the Maryland federal court just ruled in favor of the state of Maryland. They also sent a cease and desist letter, and they ruled against Kalshi that the supremacy clause has limitations under Article 6 of the Constitution. The 10th Amendment does have some teeth, and the state sovereignty, whether it's Indian reservations or states, they have some limitations and some rights against the supremacy clause. And so ultimately that probably will result in a split of the circuits, may go up to the Supreme Court if that be the case. And I think we will prevail in our argument because, quite frankly, the commodity as described in the CEA is, they list numerous examples, a myriad number of examples of what is a commodity under the Commodity Exchange Commission. So it's rice, corn, wheat, silver, gold, platinum, pig futures, pork futures, things like that. It's not whether Duke is going to win the NC2A tournament. That is not a commodity. And keep in mind that Judge here, Gordon, just granted a preliminary injunction, and that's a far cry from a decision on the merits. So just a word to the wise that, you know,
Duly noted. Thanks,
take that
Judge
back
Assad.
to the powers that be at Flutter.
Thanks. Yeah, all noted and understood. Thanks, Judge Assad.
Great, thank you. I'm in full support of the application.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Judge Assad. Member Sendall.
Thank you for your affirmative presentation and the follow-up we received yesterday. Based on those responses, I don't have anything further, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Very good. And I too, to be clear on the record, I'm happy to support the application, and I appreciate your continued commitment to regulation and respecting the complexities that exist both in Nevada and around the world. So thank you for that. And with that, I think I'm prepared to take a motion from one of my colleagues.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I'll be happy to make that motion. I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert. And there are no conditions or shelf orders, no other orders to attach to it.
Judge, if I may, there is an order
There is?
on this matter, yes, that I believe, Ms. Okerberg, have you reviewed it?
Yes, we
Oh, I'm
reviewed draft
sorry, there
number
is,
1
yeah.
dated July 16th.
I got
Yes.
it right here. Sorry about that.
So if we could confirm for the record that the draft that you have, which I'm seeing, and I believe we're all seeing, is draft number 1.
Yes,
Is
that's
the one
correct.
we agreed to?
Yes, and we believe it's in proper form.
Very good. So that would be the one, Judge.
Right, July 16, 2025.
Yes, exactly.
Very good. That's part of my motion.
Wonderful.
Very good. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye. Thank you all very much.
Thank
Thank you very
you.
much. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Congratulations and continued good luck.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, at this time, please read in non-restricted number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Werner Betcher for finding of suitability as an officer at Cambi Group PLC.
Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, Member Judge Assad, Member Sandal, Madam Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano, law firm McDonald Carano, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Werner Becker, who I believe is appearing via video. So we need to link him in hopefully here. And this is his application for finding suitability as an officer, specifically the CEO of Cambi Group PLC, a registered public company with the commission.
Very good. We'll wait a moment for Mr. Becker to connect with us here.
I know we got the instructions to yesterday, so I did that with him.
Okay.
He just needs to speak and then he should appear.
Mr. Becker, do we have you?
Hello,
There
can
he
you
is.
hear me?
There he is.
There he is. Very good.
First, Chairman, I'd like to thank you for waiving his appearance in person and allowing him to appear via video. But with your permission, I'd ask Mr. Werner to introduce himself and to provide me a brief background recitation on himself, and then we can happy to take questions after that.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Becker?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you very much. Before beginning, I would like to express my gratitude to Agent Chad Jackson for the superb professionalism and attention to the detail he exhibited through the investigation. It has been a pleasure working with him. My career began as software developer, and in 2003, I co-founded a leading Austrian software company. After a successful exit in 2011, I became CEO of Interwetten, overseeing the licensed betting operator across Europe for 7 years. In 2019, I moved to New York to help grow Sportradar US business as managing director. Later, after the successful NASDAQ IPO in 2021, I returned to Europe as CEO for several global regions for Sportradar. Last July, so a year ago, I joined Cambi as CEO. Cambi was founded in 2010 and is a leading sports betting B2B supplier, serving over 50 operators in 60 plus jurisdictions, including more than 20 states in the US. Cambi services encompass a broad offering from compliance provision and odds compiling through to customer intelligence and risk management, delivered through a sophisticated in-house developed sportsbook platform. Listed on the NASDAQ First North Growth Market, Cambi has a team of more than 1,000 employees with offices in 8 global locations, including our US office in Philadelphia.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Becker. And thank you, Mr. Giordano. Mr. Becker, a couple of questions for you. Could you describe your role as CEO in a little bit of detail, including how you spend your time on a day-to-day basis?
Yes, of course. So as a group CEO of a publicly listed company, of course, part of my work is investors relations, but it's fortunately only a small part of my job. I have a team of 1,000 employees across 8 global offices to lead. Of course, I have to also engage a lot with our board, but to drive the global strategy and the execution of the company when it comes to software development, trading, risk management for our 50 customers. this is the main part of my job, Mr. Chairman.
And in terms of where you spend your time, it appeared that you do your job from different locations. Can you describe how that works and be specific about the percentage of time you spend in each location?
Sure. So most of the time I spend in London. That's my main office. I would say 50% of my time I spend here. The rest of the time I'm traveling across the world to meet customers, to meet our other offices. Most of the time I spend working either directly with customers or with my management team.
Can you give me an update as to Cambi's plans for Nevada specifically?
Sure. So at the moment, we are still in the phase of GLI testing. Based on feedback we have from GLI, we're currently through 55% of the functional testing. We experienced an unexpected new reporting issue when it comes to kiosk requirements, which we have to fix now. This will be done in September. So based on the feedback of GLI, we should be able to complete our functional testing then within 4 weeks. So let's say around end of October, before we'll be able to move over to the GLI audit stage, which will take approximately another 4 weeks. So the plan is to have completed GLI testing until late November. That's the point of time where we'll submit the platform to GCP technology for approval.
I appreciate that specific answer. Thank you for that. And I just had one question about your background. Obviously, your background is very good, and I'm happy to support the application. I was just curious, your job in the military in the area of software, what did that entail?
In Austria, military service is mandatory for all young men. So I was working as a software engineer for the Austrian military in my 9 months tenure there.
Okay, interesting. Thank you. And again, I'm happy to support the application. I appreciate you being here. The other questions I had were already answered after yesterday's rump. So thank you for that. And with that, I'll turn to Member Sendall.
Good morning, Mr. Becker. Nice to see you.
Good morning.
May I ask, how did you get involved with Cambi?
So after I stepped down from my role at Sportradar at the end of 2022, Sportradar is a global data supplier, also a B2B supplier in the betting industry. I was contacted from a headhunter early 2024 and was informed that Cambi is looking for a new CEO. So Cambi was running back then a proper hiring recruiting process for a new CEO, which I luckily finally was selected as.
Congratulations. And
thank you.
So you've never been licensed in Nevada before, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
But it looks like recently you're starting to get licensed in multiple jurisdictions and you're in the process. Is that right?
Yeah.
And that's all related to your
some states and some are more pending at the moment, yes.
Right, and that's all related to this role at Cambi.
Correct.
And I think I noticed you used to be involved in quite a few directorships, but currently you're not involved in any sort of unpaid board positions or director type positions.
No, this was part of my new employment and my role at Cambi that I had to step down from all non-exec and other roles to fully focus on this role now.
Gotcha. And I'm happy to support your application. I know you mentioned you have over 1,000 worldwide employees, and then you have quite a few in Philadelphia. Is that correct? But
yeah,
no,
around 50.
Around 50?
Around 50
and no
employees.
employees in Nevada. Is that right?
Not yet, because we have no business yet here.
Okay. But your intentions, I guess, moving forward on that front, to the extent you can share?
Yeah, it depends, of course, on some commercial success we will have, hopefully, in Nevada. But I think Nevada is not only known as gold standard in this industry when it comes to licensing, but also that there is a lot of experience and knowledge and a lot of employees here being very capable. So it's definitely an interesting location to hire in the future.
And have you been here? Have you been to Nevada?
I've been here last time in February when we had for Cambi the board hearing. I was in person in this room with your colleagues back then. And back in my time as managing director for Sportradar, I opened up an office in Nevada. because Sport Radar hired a lot of people in Nevada, in Las Vegas back then. So I have been many times in Las Vegas and Nevada before, yes.
If I might, he appeared at the board meeting and commission meetings in January with Cambi when he was licensed as CEO, but he wasn't on the agenda, so he wasn't there, but he did appear, and the board commission, unfortunately, of course, Chairman Dreitzer and you, Member Sandal, were not there, although Judge Assad was there, but he did appear at that licensing meeting back in January this year.
Understood, right. And yeah, I think I was just coming onto the board and a bunch of your colleagues essentially all got licensed, is my understanding.
Correct.
Correct.
Right. Well, congratulations. Happy to support your application. And yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Sandal. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Mr. Becker, nice to see you again, albeit in video form. So I'm in full support of your application. You have a stellar resume, very impeccable credentials, excellent report by Supervisor Alia Barbie, Deputy Chief Nathan Allen, and Agent Chad Jackson. They did a very thorough and comprehensive application report. I just was wondering your thoughts on how this process in Nevada, the application, investigation, and interview process compared to some of the other jurisdictions that you've had to undergo a similar application interview?
That's a tough question, to be honest, but I learned that the agents and the whole process is quite mature, so I work with a lot of professionals in this process. But Nevada for sure known to be the gold standard industry. Of course, everyone is diving a little bit deeper into your life, in your technology, in everything, which can be a little bit tough sometimes. But being licensed finally and having this plate of gold, the gold standard on it, I think it's worth it.
Good answer. Thank you. I'm in support of your application.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge Assad. So with that, would either of my colleagues care to make a motion?
Yes, I'll be happy to. Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 3, as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Bye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
And I also want to join in thanking Agent Chad Jackson for his work on the application with Mr. Becker's investigation. He was great to work with and very professional, and we thank him.
Thank you, Mr. Giordano. We appreciate that. And thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, with that, Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 are the applications of BetMGM LLC doing business as BetMGM doing business at the following entities: Aria Resort and Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool; Bellagio Racebook and Sports Pool; the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas Racebook and Sports Pool; Excalibur Hotel and Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool; Luxor Hotel and Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool; Mandalay Bay Resort and Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool; MGM Grand Hotel Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool; New York Hotel and Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool; and Park MGM Racebook and Sports Pool for a waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Mr. Scheer.
Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Board Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, Scott Shearer, Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing on behalf of the applicant BetMGM. I'd like to begin by thanking you, Mr. Chairman, for waiving or allowing Josh Weissman to appear by Zoom. And also would like to thank Senior Agent Heather Lambert for her work on this application. She's always great to work with. If you'd like, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to make a brief affirmative presentation of these applications.
Yes, and I'll note that we have Mr. Wiseman joining us, so thank you for that. Mr. Wiseman, good morning.
Good morning.
And so with that, yes, Mr. Scheer, please proceed.
Great. BetMGM was licensed as a key employee for the MGM sportsbooks last year, and then earlier this year was licensed to take over the operation of the MGM sportsbooks. BetMGM wanted to have some time, well, both parties, BetMGM and MGM, wanted to have some time with BetMGM acting as the key employee for MGM to, frankly, we think there's a lot we can learn from that experience. And so unfortunately, it took us a little longer to make that transition to BetMGM taking over as the key employee. So we're asking for this Reg 4080 waiver to give us some more time. There are a couple of things that we think we can learn from the key employee relationship. The biggest one is whether the key employee relationship will allow us to do everything we need to do in compliance with all the applicable regulations. The second is how the employees work together. So there are a number of things. And then third, what kinds of issues do we need to anticipate during the transition to make it as seamless as possible for the customers? So there are a number of issues that we're looking at. It's possible that we'll decide at the end of the process that being a key employee is all that we need to do. We can do that in full compliance and do what we need to do, and that is a better option than the disruption that would be caused by a transition to becoming the full operator in 9 different sports books at the same time. We're asking today for a 1-year extension so that if we do ultimately make that transition, that we'll be able to do it at a time that is a slow time period for the sports betting industry to minimize that disruption. The factors that we would consider in whether to move over, number one is compliance. Can we operate in full compliance? Do we need to become the operator to stay in full compliance? Number two is, what's the impact going to be on the employees if they have to transition over? And number three is, how will it impact the customers as well? What kind of issues might there be in terms of marketing programs, in terms of disruption to as they are transitioned over from one licensee to the other? So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Mr. Wiseman, as you noted, is available as well to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. I appreciate the explanation. And in your explanation, you answered most of my questions. Certainly, I appreciate the abundance of caution given the size of the undertaking, and you want to make sure that you're doing it in such a way that's responsible with minimal disruption. And so it's certainly understandable. I will, of course, support the waiver. The question I would have is, can you learn all of the things that you mentioned within a year? Because that's a pretty good amount of time, but at the same time, it's a lot to learn and know about whether you will make the final determination just to be a key or to take them over. So how do you look at that? And is a year enough time, or will we potentially be here a year from now? Will you want some more time? Might be the case. How do you look at that?
We have already started as the key employees. So we've been acting in that role for several months already. Right. So an additional year, I believe, will give us enough time. I think we ultimately have to make a business decision as to what's, again, going to be the best for compliance, the employees, and the customers. And I believe a year will be enough, but I certainly stand to be corrected by Mr. Wiseman if he believes otherwise.
Could I possibly have Mr. Wiseman's perspective on that question?
Yes, no, I agree with Mr. Scherer's comments. That's our intention right now. And in the couple of months that we've had the key license active, it's been very insightful for the company, and so we're hopeful that we're able to make that final determination in 1 year's time.
What sorts of things have you learned as a new key employee?
We're looking at different division of responsibilities between BetMGM and MGM staff, sort of areas of expertise of the company, and sort of any future issues that we may have in taking over the operator, taking over as operator of the retail books.
Okay. Has anything surprised you so far?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's good. Okay, so you understand what the role is, and that's good that you've been able to. It sounds like a fairly seamless transition at least this stage.
From everything that I've been told, it's going well for the company so far. Yeah.
Very good. Okay.
I think the biggest issue has been internal controls and making sure that both companies are on the same page with how the internal controls are going to work. So.
Right. Understood. Thank you for that. I'm happy to support the application. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Thank you for being here on video, Mr. Weissman, and Mr. Scherer, always great to see you.
Good to see you.
A shout out to Supervisor Jeffrey Zinn, Deputy Chief Matt Doyle, and Special Agent Heather Lampert for putting together a very nice, concise application and report. I'm in full support of the extension under 4.080. 1 year seems like a reasonable amount of time. I know you want to transition during baseball season, which is the slowest time of the betting season, so that makes a lot of sense. Mr. Weissman, who currently is creating the opening line? For example, NFL football is right around the corner. Who will be creating that opening line?
So BetMGM has a fairly large department of traders that are located across the US. Some of those individuals are in Nevada, and some of them are in working out of our headquarters in Jersey City, New Jersey.
Okay. And then so MGM has delegated that as part of the agreement to BetMGM.
The super trader is still involved in that process, so he's still there, but.
And he's with MGM?
MGM, he's an MGM employee. He sort of is the person that is the MGM contact on the trading issues.
Okay. Who decides how much of a bet to take, betting limits and so forth? Is it the trader or BetMGM?
Those are suggested by BetMGM, and then the super trader can override those decisions.
Okay. And is he the one that can also adjust the odds as the money comes in one way or the other?
He can. Again, I think he relies on BetMGM to make him aware of different situations and to make suggestions, but he's always got the authority to override that if he wants to.
Okay. Is that one of the issues that you guys are trying to resolve in terms of during and after the transition period?
Yes, I mean, that's one of the issues are the trading issues and how those are going to work. If BetMGM is the operator, obviously the super trader role is not needed.
Right.
But I think they're working well together. So I don't think that's a significant headache. And if that continues to be the case, then that may be one of the factors that weighs against making the transition.
Sure, I understand. Great. Thank you for that. That's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Member Sendall.
Thank you, and thank you for your affirmative presentation. And I'm supportive of the request. I guess if I could have a little bit more of an understanding of what the internal controls are that you're still trying to kind of figure out and kind of transition, and kind of what the timeline looks like and what an anticipated timeline of when you think it will be completed. I know we're giving a year waiver, but do you have kind of a timeline schedule in place of when you think it will fully be completed, or hope that it will fully be transitioned over?
Well, two things. One, and I may have misspoken, but the internal control issues were earlier in the relationship. I think those have all been worked out now. So
okay,
they've all been resolved. The audit division approved the internal controls to go forward, but deciding exactly what, again, I think Mr. Weissman referred to the division responsibilities and how those would be reflected in the internal controls took a little time to work out, but those have all been worked out now. And exactly how that BetMGM's role is reflected in the internal controls. In terms of the timing, again, as Judge Assad said, we would look at trying to make a transition at a slower time of year. So it would certainly be after football season, after March Madness, most likely after the NBA and NHL playoffs in the sort of the dog days of summer. That's why we're asking for the 1 year. So it'd probably be July or August of next year.
it's almost exactly a year from now.
Correct.
11 months from now.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's just because that's just a much slower time of year for the sports betting industry and the least disruptive to make a transition.
So how long does the actual transition process take once you're prepared and ready, and now that you know kind of figured out your internal control issues and whatnot? I mean, from the go date or state date of after NBA finals, hockey finals, how long will that take? And then when will we be notified, I guess, generally?
We'll certainly be notified well in advance.
Okay.
I expect at least a month in advance, but the transition, the hope is it could be done all in 1 day. That's why it's such a big undertaking. 9 properties in 1 day it's going to be difficult, and it's going to take a lot of planning. Hopefully it doesn't extend more than 2 days, because the longer it extends, the more disruption there is to the customers.
Got it. Okay, great. Happy to support the application and happy to support the waiver granting. So that's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I guess I had one more question with respect to number of employees. How many are involved in this? Do you know?
Let me see if Mr. Weissman has that number that are involved.
I don't have the final number off the top of my head. I can certainly look that up and get back to you on that. It will be a significant number of employees that are involved in the transition, though.
Very good. Okay, if we could follow up with that, that's fine.
We will, and it would be all the retail employees at the books, obviously would move over from MGM to BetMGM, a number of supervisors. Right now, of course, the internal audit function is performed by MGM. BetMGM's internal auditors would have to take over, so whether that would involve some moving over or just additional independent hiring by BetMGM.
Do the employees have an expectation about their moving over and the timing or anything like that? How is that being managed?
Yeah, there's been a lot of communication with employees. I think some of them, and this is one of the issues, some of them would have been long-term MGM employees, would prefer to remain MGM employees.
Sure.
And so that's one of the issues that we have to consider in deciding whether the transition is worthwhile. We certainly don't want to lose quality employees over that transition.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And with that, I believe we are ready for a motion. Would either of my colleagues care to make a motion?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I'll make that motion. With respect to non-restricted agenda item number 4, I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert with the following condition that the waiver of the provisions of the Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 in connection with the approvals granted in August 2025 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in August 2026.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Shear. And thank you, Mr. Weissman.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted item number 5, please.
Non-restricted number 5 are the applications of Stephanie Cino Miles, Suzanne Knoll, and Noreen Cino for finding of suitability as a co-trustee and/or beneficiary as noted on the agenda.
Good morning. Mr. Alonso, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, Member Sindal, and Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso, and I'm here on behalf of the applicants as read into the record by Madam Secretary. It is my pleasure to introduce you to Noreen Cino, who is sitting to my right, is the applicant to be found suitable as co-trustee and beneficiary of the Thomas A. Cino 1999 Living Trust 2. It's also my pleasure to introduce you to Stephanie Cino Miles, Suzanne Cino Knoll, who are also applicants to be found suitable as co-trustees of the trust. And I'd also like to introduce the board to Bruce Carrier. Bruce is the controller for the Cino family offices and help the applicants provide responses to information requests during the investigation. Before we get into the applications in our presentation, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take a moment to recognize your staff, specifically Agent Reyes Oliver and Supervisor Moyle. They were very professional and thorough, and it was great to work with them both on this investigation. The matters before you today are estate planning related. The Thomas A. Cino 1999 Living Trust 2 was created in approximately 2000. It was registered at that time by the board and commission as a holding company and licensed to own the equity securities of Peppermill Casinos, Inc. and Wendover Casinos, Inc. Originally, Tom Cino was the sole trustor of that trust. In addition, he was licensed as the sole trustee and sole beneficiary of that trust in approximately 2000. After his partner, William Paganetti, passed away in late 2023, Mr. Cino and his advisors decided that it would make sense to amend and restate his trust document to make the following changes. Noreen was added to the trust as a co-trustor. She was also added as current beneficiary, and as you know, this change does not become effective until she's licensed by the commission. Noreen and her 2 daughters, Stephanie and Suzanne, have also been added to the amended restated trust as co-trustees, and that also would not be effective until they are all found suitable by the commission. There were other technical changes made to the trust document at that time, and the amended and restated trust document was submitted to then Chairman Kirk Hendrick for administrative approval in September of 2024. The trust document was administratively approved by Chair Hendrick on October 23rd, 2024. Noreen, Stephanie, and Suzanne submitted their applications in September of that year. None of the applicants have an affirmative presentation to provide. They're all prepared to answer any questions that board members may have, and Mr. Carrier is also prepared to answer questions and help since he went through the investigation with them. I would like to note a couple of things for the record. First, Stephanie and Suzanne are existing longtime licensees. Both were initially licensed or found suitable by the board and commission in 1998. And were both approved again in September of 2023 in connection with their own trusts and their ownership interests in Peppermill Casinos, Inc. Noreen is a first-time applicant. And with these changes, I do want to note that neither Noreen, Stephanie, nor Suzanne will be involved in the day-to-day operations of any of the casino operations owned by Peppermill Casinos, Inc. or Wendover Casinos, Inc. In addition, neither one of them will be an officer or director of either of those companies. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we're happy to try to answer any questions the board members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso, and Ms. Cino, we appreciate you being here. Thank you for appearing. And for the other members of the family, we appreciate you coming. I believe the application was very complete. I believe that we had a couple of questions yesterday that were sorted out and following rump. So I guess I just have one question as it pertains to Coyote Springs, what the intention is, or if there's any update on that. I know that's been a long ongoing situation. So while you're here, I thought I'd ask if there's any update.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to try to give you an update. I'm not involved in Coyote Springs, but as I understand it, I mean, what's kind of happening, what's driving the whole thing right now is the issue of water rights, and it's very complicated technical issue. And the state engineer, as I understand it, changed the way they look at water rights in the state of Nevada. That's an issue that's been litigated, went up to the Supreme Court and back. And so there's current additional litigation going on about that particular development and whether or not that decision by the state engineer was valid vis-a-vis Coyote Springs development.
Okay, I appreciate that. And with that, again, I thank Ms. Cino and others for coming, and the application was fine. I'm happy to support it.
Thank you.
So with that, I'll ask Member Sendall if she has any questions.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Cino, and your family members and your controller. Yes, the report was thorough, and our questions were answered, and your affirmative presentation checkboxed all the things I wanted to get on the record. So I really have nothing to add. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Nice to see you. And Mr. Alonso, always great to see you as well.
You too.
I don't have any questions. Very clean, straightforward application. Supervisor Chris Moyle and Deputy Chief Matt Doyle and Agent Oliver did a great job on this application. Stephanie and Suzanne have been licensed many times before. Noreen, I'm sure you'll be licensed here first time. Congratulations. And I'm in full support of the application as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge Assad. So with that, I believe we are ready for a motion. Madam Secretary.
Yes.
Or sorry, would either one of my board members?
I'll be glad to.
Thank you.
With respect to non-restricted agenda item number 5, I would recommend that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission on that item as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you and good luck. Thank you. Very good. With that, Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted agenda item number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Boris Ikis for finding of suitability as a trustee at Yuri Ikis Gaming Trust, 1993.
Very good. Thank you very much. Please make appearances.
Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sendall, and Madam Secretary. I'm Greg Gimignani from the law firm of Dickinson Wright, representing Boris Ikis in his application to be a trustee of the Yuri Ikis Gaming Trust of 1993. For the record, the trust owns 100% of the shares of FortuneNet Inc. FortuneNet is a licensed manufacturer, distributor, and mobile gaming systems operator. Boris has been with the company for 35 years, and he has been licensed before and currently serves as the president, secretary, treasurer, chief technical officer, and chairman of FortuneNet. The trust had Yuri Ikis and his wife Anna Ikis as the trustees, but Yuri did pass away in 2025. And this application is to approve Boris as a trustee alongside his mother, Anna, for that trust. And I do have Boris with me if you have any questions, but we don't have any other affirmative presentation at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Gimignani. First of all, I'd like to say, Ms. Rickus, I'm sorry for your loss. I know you've been with the company a very long time. Could you describe what your role is at the company and what you do day to day?
I have various roles. It comes down to I look over to make sure we're not spending too much, coming up with new ideas, making sure everything is proper. That's the kinds of stuff I do.
Very good. And how's business been going for you?
It's been going steady, and we're starting to grow outside of Nevada.
Okay. And you're very early in the actual application process at this point, correct?
The application process
for Mr. Ikis for suitability.
Actually, for suitability for this application.
Well, okay.
I'm sorry.
Was my understanding that Mr. Ikis is early in the process in terms of the actual investigation?
Oh, yes. And we're asking for this to be taken on an expedited basis because of the exigent circumstances.
And that's understandable. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
No,
Sorry for
very
the
good.
misunderstanding.
I appreciate that. I have no further questions. I'm happy to support a limited license of 2 years to give the investigation time to complete.
Thank you.
Member Sendall.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to get that on the record. I don't know if that was kind of affirmatively fully put on the record, but my understanding is that this is a request and for a 2-year limited license to allow the applicant to be licensed now due to exigent circumstances related to your mother's health.
My father's.
Your father's health, but now you're going to be licensed now, but you recently are going through a fully licensed process and should be back before the board getting licensure. My understanding is, I think either at the end of this year or early next year.
Yeah, and there'll be other applications because this trust flows into another trust that is not licensed yet, but that other trust is being modified. It was also set up in the 90s, so it has older gaming language and things like that we're updating before it comes forward for licensing.
So just to be clear then, so this gives you enough time to allow for the separate application to move forward?
Correct.
Yeah, that's what we support.
Great, thank you.
And I guess just a little bit, you can tell us you've essentially, after you finished your education, you've been with the company the entire time and kind of moved your way up. Can you tell us a little bit how your roles changed over the years?
Well, first I was mostly a programmer and an engineer, but then I took over as CTO, Chief Technical Officer. And then when my father retired, I became president.
Understood. And how many employees do you have about?
I think it's about 50. I'm not up to date on the numbers, but I believe that's about 50.
And are all those in Nevada, or how many are in Nevada?
I think most of them are in Nevada, but not all of them. Our main operations in Nevada, so we have most of the people in Las Vegas. We have 3 people in Reno, and then we have field technicians who are spread out over the country to support the various casinos around the country.
So do you have to travel in your role at all, and how often?
Usually not. Usually I don't travel.
And if you do, where are you going when you say usually not?
I have not traveled recently. Before I traveled sometimes to do field support, but I don't usually travel now to do that.
Is that because of your kind of change in role in the company?
Yes.
I'm happy to support your current proposed 2-year limited and look forward to seeing you back before us with a more fully investigated application and report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Mr. Ikis, nice to see you in person. Mr. Gemignani, also great to see you again. My condolences for the passing of your dad.
Thank you.
Very straightforward application. Great job by Agent Lane with Jeff Zinn, our supervisor on this case, and Matt Doyle, the deputy chief. So I'm in full support of a 2-year limited license as well. And you've been previously licensed in 04 and 06, I believe. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Great. So 22 different casinos, 34 jurisdictions, including some Native American tribes. And the application is pretty straightforward. So I'm in full support as well as my colleagues. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Judge Assad. So with that, I will accept a motion from my colleague.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. This is with respect to non-restricted agenda item number 6. I recommend that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of this application as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert, with the condition that the approval is limited to expire at midnight of the August 2027 Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the day the item is heard.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you very much and good luck to you.
Great, thank you. And we really do appreciate the hard work of Agent Lane and Supervisor Zinn. I'm sorry. It's been a pleasure working with them. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, that brings us to Madam Secretary, non-restricted item number 7. Please read it into the record.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Richard Jacobs for finding of suitability as a beneficiary as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Good morning. Ms. Vermees would like to make appearances.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sindal, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. To my right is the applicant, Richard Jacobs. This is his application as a beneficiary of his father's 3 trusts. We should also have by Zoom, I hope, Stan Gorham. He is the Jacobs family's longtime attorney, trusted counselor. I do have a brief introduction of Mr. Jacobs, and I'd like to address the area of concern in his report. And there's Stan. Richard Jacobs is 24 years old.
I'm sorry, Ms. Vermees, I believe
sure.
we can't hear Mr. Gorham.
Now you probably can. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary.
Very good. Good morning. Thank you. Please proceed.
Sure. Richard Jacobs grew up in Jupiter, Florida. He has 5 siblings, 4 sisters and 1 younger brother. Fun fact, 3 of the sisters are triplets and it's their birthday today. He attended Xavier University in Ohio and Maine Maritime Academy and Kaiser University in Florida. A year ago, just over a year ago, he moved to Reno to begin management training at the J Resort as a development associate. He started in hotel operations. He's had experience there at the front desk, as a night auditor, as a guest room attendant, and as an attendant in the laundry. After that, he moved over into the sales department, and that's where he is currently. In that division, he's been learning about market segments, group rates, convention booking, banquets, and he's doing everything from contract negotiations to execution to billing. He hasn't had any training yet in gaming operations, but he is registered as a gaming employee. Apart from his education and employment, since 2021, he has served as a board member of the Jacobs Family Foundation for Children. It's a private foundation primarily funding unrestricted general purpose grants. He was found suitable by the Louisiana Gaming Control Board in 2019, but this is his first application and investigation here in Nevada. We appreciate the work of Supervisor Chris Moyle and Agent Raul Reyes Oliver, who were both courteous and professional. We understand that they found Mr. Jacobs cooperative and compliant and timely with his responses, including with regard to the area of concern found during the investigation, which I will address. In Mr. Jacobs' first year of college, he started engaging in offshore online gaming. The offshore sites were marketing to college students on social media, and he and others he knew set up accounts. He continued to wager until the beginning of this year, when it was explained to him that these sites were operating without licenses. He immediately stopped wagering and hasn't done it since. He was upfront and truthful about the activity during his investigation. I'd also like to highlight some other ameliorating factors. He was wagering on his own account, casually, not for others, and not at the expense of others. He didn't recruit others to play and didn't receive any fees or other perks from the sites. While he won from time to time, his losses in each calendar year were always greater than his winnings. Mr. Jacobs appreciates that this is a serious issue, and I reiterate that he discontinued the activity, understands it is unlawful, and will not do it again. And with that, any of the three of us are happy to answer any questions, and Mr. Jacobs is, of course, willing to tell you more about himself.
Certainly. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mays. Mr. Jacobs, why don't you begin with your story, your background, and then we'll go from there.
Certainly. So originally I'm coming from Cleveland, Ohio. That's where I was born. That's where my family originates from. But I spent the majority of my childhood in South Florida. That's where I went to primary school, middle school, high school. Once I graduated there, as it was said before, I went to Cincinnati, Ohio for college. And then that was the same year that COVID came around. So I kind of bounced around for a few years until I found my spot here in Nevada. I've been living in Nevada for just over a year now. I love it, and I don't see myself moving. But when it comes to the offshore gambling, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I certainly regret my actions.
I want to talk about that in a minute, but let's start with your current role as a management development associate. I know it's briefly described what that is. From your own perspective, what is it that you're responsible for, and what does your day-to-day look like?
So my day-to-day, I'm involved in group sales and special events. So I travel a good bit trying to bring special events from other places into Reno. And I meet with groups who are looking to book banquets. And I mean, we have a mezzanine at J Resort. It's a big, basically a ballroom. So I booked that out. I meet with groups who are interested in going there. We have a new J Resorts Festival Ground, which is an outdoor concert venue. So I meet with folks I work closely with our production team, JMF Production, and I meet with folks who are coming there and try to set up the events over there as well.
So do you feel, you said you like living in Reno?
I love Reno, yeah.
Do you feel as though from a personal perspective and a job perspective that you've settled into something that you enjoy and that living in a place that you enjoy?
Certainly, yeah. I love learning the industry. I love meeting new people, and I have the opportunity to do that each day.
So at this point, there's no crystal ball, but you would anticipate a career in the gaming industry?
Potentially, yeah. I'm not boxing that out as a possibility.
So with respect to the incident of multiple times where you gambled offshore, what did you learn from that incident? Let's start with that.
Right. I learned that it's important to have foresight. I have older sisters who have gone through this process before, and I knew it's pretty rigorous. So I should have had the foresight to look further into the websites that I was gambling on. I looked at their structure, looked at if they were legal or not. Of course, I was younger. I'm not using that as an excuse, but the most important lesson I've learned is just to have foresight and think things through more thoroughly.
So are you familiar with the term, or have you heard the term privileged license?
Privileged license? I don't believe I have, no.
The notion that when you hold a license in the state of Nevada, that it's a privilege and not a right, and then you have to act in accordance with certain higher standards. Does that make sense and
Certainly
resonate to you?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And when things like this happen, that calls into question your ability to act in ways that meet that standard. And every licensee has to have a certain level of enhanced responsibility. So just want to make sure that you understand that. And you have great people around you. You have great support. So it's important that, further to what you said, that you look before you leap. And if there's something where there's even the slightest question about whether you can do this or whether it's legal or whatever, you want to make sure that you get real good advice from any of the great seasoned professionals around you to give you that advice. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does. That's good advice.
And so, let's see if I had anything else. I have no further questions for now. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Mr. May, it's always great to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Been on vacation?
I think I missed a month, maybe.
Oh, okay. And Mr. Jacobs, thanks for being here in person. Appreciate the fact that your company employs about 1,875 people from all over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. We love entrepreneurs, so thanks to you and your family for doing that. It's a very straightforward report. Deputy Chief Matt Doyle, Supervisor Chris Moyle, and Agent Oliver did a very fine job. The chairman has covered any concerns and questions that I might have. So I'm in support of your application. It's an application for the finding of suitability as a beneficiary. So very straightforward. So good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Sendall.
Thank you, and thank you for your affirmative presentation and, acknowledging that, a mistake was made and you're young and sometimes it's unclear, these sites, and especially when they're kind of advertised, as you mentioned, on social media. But something I would also just, to add on to what the chairman sort of stated is, in the future, right, just being more aware, and it sounds like you have wonderful resources. Mr. Gorham up here sounds like a longtime family friend and advisor. So, don't be afraid to use them. It's only a stupid question if you don't ask it, right? You have a great opportunity here, and it looks like this role at J Resort is providing you a great opportunity through your family to learn a lot, get great experience. And some unsolicited advice I would advise is, I graduated from the University of Nevada, Reno. It's a great school. So, while you're there and while you're still young and you have a lot of energy, you should go back and try to finish up your degree and potentially even, do your master's or MBA. I think that will only support you in your role and moving up potentially within the industry, and whether you stay at J Resort or move on to do something else. But that's just my personal unsolicited advice on that regard. I'm happy to support your application. I did notice that you did go after your PGA program. So are you
Yeah,
a golfer? Did you play golf in high school?
Yes, ma'am. I grew up playing golf. That was a professional golf management degree over at Kaiser down in Florida.
Okay.
I love golf. I mean, any time I get, if I have free time, I'm on the golf course. So
Yeah. So, finish up your school and, keep working hard and golf, all those things go together. I played golf at UNR, so I'm a big fan of it. And hopefully I'll see you out on the golf course up in Northern Nevada sometime. But yeah, I do want to note the seriousness of the action and appreciate you coming forward and, being honest with our agents and acknowledging the mistake there and moving forward. And I wish you all the best of luck.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, mistakes are a big learning lesson. And so it's good that you took the lesson positively, and we look forward to watching your career progress. And as a father of two men approximately your age, I know that it does take time to figure out where you come from and what you want to do. And it sounds like you are making good steps in that direction. So we want to support that, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
So with that, we will take a motion.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I'll be happy to make that motion. I would recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 8 to the Nevada Gaming Commission as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
You say number 8?
Number 8?
We are on number 7.
I'm sorry, number 7. Thank you.
Judge.
So Judge, you want to go through that one more time?
Sure.
Thank you.
With respect to non-restricted agenda item number 7, I would recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of that application as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye.
Good luck.
Good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you all, and thank you, Stan.
Yes, thank you
Thank you,
all.
sir.
Much appreciated.
Okay. Thank you. With that, we will move. Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 are the applications of Sean Wilkins for finding of suitability and/or licensure as an officer, director, and/or key employee as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sindall, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Kimberly Maxon Rushton with the law firm Cooper Levinson, appearing on behalf of Evoke PLC. Joining me today is the applicant and Chief Financial Officer of Evoke, Mr. Sean Wilkins. We also have individuals appearing by video, and if we can just confirm that they're on. Joining me today from London is my professional colleague and lead legal counsel for Mr. Wilkins, Miss Amanda Usher. Also in attendance on behalf of the company is Miss Laura Bird, the U.S. Director of Compliance, as well as Lloyd Levinson, also outside counsel to Evoke, and CEO of Cooper Levinson. Before I turn it over, Chair Dreitzer, to Ms. Usher for an affirmative presentation and introduction of Mr. Wilkins, I just have to say, go Wolfpack. I too am a proud graduate, so good advice, Member Sindall. Thank you. And with that, Chair, if you have no objection, I would respectfully refer the board to my colleague, Ms. Usher, again for an affirmative presentation and introduction of Mr. Wilkins.
Very good. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Member Sendal, Judge Assad, Madam Secretary. My name is Amanda Usher, and I'm a partner at Woodsworth. To begin, I would like to thank Chair Dreitzer for allowing me to appear over Zoom. I am very grateful. Secondly, I would like to thank all of those involved in the application, with special thanks to Senior Agent Robertson and Supervisor Doyle. I would now like to introduce Sean Wilkins, who is present in front of you today and who is the subject of this application. Sean is the Chief Financial Officer, Interim Head of US, and an Executive Director of Evoke PLC. In September 2023, it was announced that Sean would be joining Evoke, and he was officially appointed on the 1st of February 2024. As CFO, Sean is responsible for all financial reporting, control, planning, and strategy for the business. He has 12 direct reports, and Sean himself reports directly to Per Widerstrom, the CEO of Evoke, who appeared in front of this board in December last year. As the interim head of the US, Sean leads the group's business agenda and strategy for US regulated markets, including defining and executing short and long-term strategy, identifying, pursuing, and securing strategic business opportunities and partnerships, building and maintaining existing strategic partnerships, managing and overseeing business development and operations, and is a member of the Group Executive Committee. Prior to joining Evoke, Sean was the Group CFO for Superbet, a global sports betting and gaming company with operations in a number of jurisdictions worldwide, including Romania, Poland, Belgium, Serbia, Croatia, Malta, Cyprus, and Brazil. Outside of the gaming industry, Sean has also been the Group CFO for Big Bus Tours and Domino's Pizza Group PLC in the UK. Sean has had a number of other roles at prestigious companies, including O2, Tesco, and Coles Supermarket, the latter of which taking him to Malaysia and Australia. Sean has a degree in philosophy, politics, and economics from Oxford University and is a chartered accountant. He currently lives just outside of London with his wife and 3 children and has travelled out to Las Vegas along with his wife to appear in front of you today. With that brief introduction, I will now hand over to Sean to speak a bit more about himself and to answer any questions that you may have. However, I remain on hand to assist if needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilkins.
Thanks, Amanda. Well, that was a pretty comprehensive overview of my background. Look, I've been a group CEO.
The little button over there. Thank you.
As I say, that was a pretty comprehensive overview of my background. I've been a group CFO now for 20 years, including Big Bus and Domino's Pizza. I joined Evoke 18 months ago now, which has flown by. Evoke is a very healthy business, growing well. We've just released our half year, or we're in the process of releasing our half year results. I'm pleased with our half year results. It reinforces what I told this committee some time ago, which was that we've got good liquidity. The business is growing well. We're very profitable, and the gearing is coming down, which is good. So I'm happy to answer any questions, please.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. May I ask the outlook for potential further business in the state of Nevada?
Sure. So the main thing that we do in Nevada at the moment is our relationship with Caesars. So we support the World Series of Poker. That's a good business. It's got shared liquidity with 3 of the other states in the US. And we are leaning into that really as the main thing that we're doing going forward in Nevada.
Okay. And do you anticipate efforts to try and grow that?
It will grow alongside World Series of Poker, but we've been in that relationship for some time, and we anticipate staying in that relationship till the end of the contract.
Very good. So you have obviously a large amount of experience as in the financial world CFO, but briefly, you've been in gaming briefly, correct?
Reasonably briefly. So 18 months with Evoke and 2 years or so with Superbet. So 3.5 years.
And this is your first time applying for a license in Nevada?
Correct.
And so you understand from the perspective of providing information to the board, timely applications and such, you understand the importance of that?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Because I know there was some concern raised about the timeliness of that. So I just want to make sure that we got on the record that you understood the importance of that.
No, absolutely. And we apologize for anything that we've done wrongly in the last 18 months or so.
Okay. I appreciate that. So what we're going to do is we're going to have the board ask Mr. Wilkins questions, and then from there, there'll be a separate discussion about the corporate situation. So with that, Member Sendall.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Usher, for the affirmative presentation on Mr. Wilkins. And I recall you were on Zoom, right, in front of us a few months ago for,
correct.
What was it, a shelf?
Yes, ma'am.
It was a shelf, yeah, okay. So I was like, I recognize you, but this is different. So I don't know, I didn't put the name together from last time. Well, thank you for being here. It's nice to see you in person. Yeah, you have quite a diverse employment background. And as the chairman kind of mentioned, you just ultimately landed at Evoke, or had to wait a little bit and actually just started, right? Last February, 2024. And can you tell me a little bit more about your duties and roles and how much you have to travel for the job?
Sure. So as CFO, I cover reporting, I cover forecasting, I cover investor relations. It's a fairly standard CFO role, I think I would describe it as. In terms of travel, I'm probably get away maybe 1 week a month. We tend to have our executive committees at various different places around the world. And they're once a month. So, we'll go overseas for probably 6 of those a year, including Manila. We've got 1,200 people in Manila. So we go to Manila once a year, Malta, etc. So we tend to visit our offices. We get the opportunity to go to Leeds as well. I don't know whether you've been to Leeds, which is northern England. So we've got a big office in Leeds with lots of people there. So significant amount of travel, really.
Great. And as the chairman mentioned, you have never been licensed in Nevada, and all your other licensing, from what I see, is pretty recent, right? It's either pending or very recently related to this current role. Is that correct? And as far as your background, I think your presentation covered most of my questions. So if you wanted to just start with that, I can pass it off to Judge Assad to see if he has any other questions for Mr. Wilkins at this time.
Yes, we'll do that. Only ask to Mr. Wilkins at this moment, and then move on from there. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Thanks for being here, Mr. Wilkins. You flew in from London?
Yeah, I came in yesterday, and I brought my wife, so it had a good opportunity to show her Las Vegas because she's not seen it before.
It's always a good idea. And Ms. Rushton, great to see you again as well.
Thank you, Judge.
You're eminently qualified for these positions, so I don't have any concerns there. The reports were very well done by Supervisor Zinn and Deputy Chief Moyle and Agent Robertson. I'm in full support of your application, and I don't have any, just how's business going? It's
Nicely, as I say, so we've got to our half-year results that we're announcing to the city actually next week. Broadly, without giving anything non-public away, but business is growing well, so revenue is growing well.
Good.
Underlying profitability is growing more strongly than that, so I'm seeing good operational gearings, which I'm very happy about. You probably know that we've got a reasonable amount of debt in the business, 1.8 billion pounds worth of debt, which means that we're reasonably highly geared, and we're on an extremely strong trajectory bringing that gearing down, which is absolutely something which we need to do. So, the three key metrics that I think of, revenue, profitability, and gearing and leverage particularly, are all going exactly the right direction.
excellent, excellent. I don't know if you recall, but I was on the Nevada Transportation Authority, and I granted your big bus tours application.
So do you know Pat Waterman?
Pat Waterman?
He's the CEO and he's the chairman, executive chairman
of Big Bus?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, did he appear before?
Yes, sir, he did. For the record, Kimberly Rushton, yes, sir, he did appear before the NTA, and not with their initial licensing, but at the time that he became the chair of the board.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That was, what, 7, 8 years ago?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
And Mr.
my
Waterman
memory's
has an
not that good.
extensive
I'm getting
background in
old,
tour and
so.
travel.
Absolutely.
But I would remember his face if he was here, so.
The other thing is he's about 6'8", so he's
Oh.
he's a huge gentleman.
Hard to miss.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, thanks for being here, and again, I wish you all the luck in the world. So,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you for that, Judge Assad. So I too, for the record, will support your applications, Mr. Wilkins. Having said that, while we have Evoke before us, we did want to address and have a discussion around compliance. And so I know with that, I believe you have Ms. Bird, who's appearing from remotely for us.
That is correct, Chair Dreitzer. As you are aware, there was an area of concern that was raised with respect to ongoing compliance issues. In response to that, we've asked Ms. Laura Bird, the U.S. Director of Compliance, to address that issue specifically with the board. And with your permission, I'll turn it over to her.
We would appreciate that. Thank you. Ms. Bird, thank you for
Hi.
being here.
Of course, thank you. Chairman, Judge Assad, Member Sandell, I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. I would like to first extend my congratulations to Chair Dreitzer on your appointment to the board. I would like to use this opportunity to confirm Evoke's commitment to maintaining a robust compliance program consistent with Nevada's industry-leading gaming regulatory framework. In doing so, I acknowledge that there have been delays that have occurred in certain application filings and responding to certain board inquiries. To this end, Evoke and myself personally will continue to work to avoid such delays in the future. As a former gaming regulator myself, I recognize the importance of maintaining respectful and cooperative relationships with all regulatory staff in each jurisdiction in which we operate. On behalf of the entire Evoke Group, I want to reiterate our commitment to ensuring compliance with all rules and regulations. And as we have done in Nevada for more than a decade, I can assure you that we will do whatever is needed to maintain a positive and productive rapport with the entire Nevada Gaming Control Board staff.
Thank you for that, Ms. Bird. As you correctly point out, I'm new or relatively new at this point. And so I definitely am willing to consider turning the page on some things. We appreciate your statement that you indicated that there were mistakes made and that there is an intention to move forward, being fully compliant with the requirements of the agents and the state of Nevada and all needs in respect to licensing. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And so as I understand it, there will be several opportunities between now and October for you to show that that is the case. You're going to have, in a number of instances, continued interaction with agents from the control board. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as I also understand it, you will be appearing before us personally in October with another applicant from the company. Is that correct?
I think we're in discussions on whether we do that or have a separate meeting with board staff where we have our chief risk officer from London join us. So we're still in discussions on that, yeah.
But it's your intention to appear before us live at some point in the next few months, correct?
As things, yeah, if that's how, it progresses in terms of what's best for staff and for the matters that are before the board.
Sure. So what I would say from my perspective is, again, I appreciate your acknowledgement that there have been issues that have been handled in the past that could have been handled better. There are misunderstandings, but obviously we require full compliance, as from your background, I'm sure you did in your past life. And so I am prepared to give you at this stage the benefit of the doubt to allow the next few months to happen and make sure that the proof is in the pudding, so to speak, and that we get back on track as to the interactions and the requests from the board. So my perspective would be, we have that on the record here now. We appreciate what you've said. And from this point on, we look forward to seeing a new day and continued compliance over the next few months.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So with that, I will ask Judge Assad if he has any further questions.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Ms. Byrd, I echo the chairman's comments and sentiments and concerns. It's very well said. He covered everything that I had any concerns over. So I look forward to seeing you in a couple of months, and I hope that we can move forward in a very positive manner and get these applications processed in a consistent and diligent manner. So that's all I have to say. I look forward to seeing you again in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Assad. Member Sendall.
Thank you, Ms. Byrd, and I appreciate your affirmative statement and perhaps recognizing that things could have been done better, perhaps, and maybe more respectfully towards our agents. It's clear from what the information we've been provided that there's been some frustration and perhaps lack of, clarity and forthrightness with deadlines and perhaps, document requests that were made. And if deadlines cannot be made, that then, efficient and forward communication is required, right?
Yes.
If a deadline cannot be made, it needs to be done respectfully and directly that, hey, there's no way with other things going on in the company that this is going to be fulfilled. Can I please get an extension? And if certain interviews and, travel deadlines cannot be made, that, 24-hour last minute cancellations cannot be acceptable moving forward. And as the chairman stated, the next few months will provide an opportunity, and it's my understanding our agents will be coming out there and, meeting with individuals and doing the work that they need to do unrelated to this application before us. But unfortunately, because of these frustrations, we find the need to make sure we make a record and have you here virtually to make sure that it's very clear from our standpoint that that does not occur again, and that you make a more concerted effort to ensure it does not happen moving forward. Is that clear?
Absolutely. It's equally clear to us. So appreciate that.
Great. And my understanding is Mr. Wilkins' application technically was filed late, but there was you did ask for an extension, but perhaps that kind of got missed. Can you just address that for the record? And my understanding is everything did get submitted, but perhaps maybe a few months after the fact. Can you address that?
Sure. I think there was, and I take ownership if there was miscommunication or misstatement about the difference between Sean's appointment date and start date, by which we were using that to calculate deadlines. So that's what happened.
Understood, but everything's in and it's not a big deal. And obviously Mr. Wilkins is very eminently qualified, and we're happy to see him here before us for licensing in that regard. So thank you. And I look forward to meeting you in person here later this year. I'm happy to move forward. That's all I wanted to put on the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And yes, again, to reiterate, we are, as you can see, the board's ready to move forward, and certainly with this application, but the next few months, we look forward to a continued positive relationship between the company and the board and the staff. And so we have every reason to believe that this will continue in a very positive way. So with that, I will accept a motion that if either of my colleagues would care to make a motion as to Mr. Wilkins, I'll accept that.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I'll be happy to do that. I would move that we recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 8 to the Nevada Gaming Commission as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you very much. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the board.
Thank you. With that, we're going to take a 20-minute break and reconvene at 11 a.m. Okay, we're back. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted item number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 are the requests to withdraw the application of Wolf's Slot Parts and Supply LLC for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor, and the applications of Nenad Surovic for licensure as a member, manager, and key executive at Wolf's Slot Parts and Supply LLC.
Very good. Good morning. Please state your appearances.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Steve Cohen on the law firm Cohen Johnson. Present with me today to my right is the applicant, Mr. Nenad Surovic. To my left is Mr. Stan Johnson. I'd like to say, first of all, we appreciate the board's attention to this matter. Chairman Drexler, and a quick shout out for your appointment.
Thank you.
I think you're a wonderful addition. Judge Assad, member Sandal, and Madam Secretary Rupert. And also a shout out to the people involved in this license investigation. Mark Robertson, Deputy Chief Doyle, and Supervisor Jeff Zen did a great job, considering there were influences beyond the norm, I would say, in this matter. The appearance today, just so the record is clear, is on behalf of Nenad Surovic and WSPS as it was when he filed the application, not with the present ownership. So I just think that should be, on the record. Mr. Chairman, with your approval, Mr. Surovic would like to give a brief opening statement.
That's fine. Thank you. Mr. Surovic.
Good morning, Chairman Reserve, member, and Madam Secretary. My name is Nenad Surovic. I am applicant today. I brief my history. I live in Serbia, born 1981 till 2012, when I moved in the United States, Chicago, Illinois, and I meet my wife, Bella. As I did in Serbia, I worked hard to earn living, moved here in USA, drive a truck, save as much I could, and then bought truck, only becoming part of a little larger company. An opportunity across in 2018, become involved in a parts seller in Buckhead City, Arizona. Commuted between Las Vegas and Buckhead from my work. 2019, I formed WSPS, a parts seller. I work so very hard to grow the company to ultimately what is today. My attorney can go into this in more detail, but I made a grave error adjournment on July 30th, 2024. I was arrested for DUI outside of my gate. Birthday dinner resulted my stupid decision to drive while impaired. I take full responsibility for my action and, of course, then events that happen as a result of my stupidity. I just want to take this opportunity to apologize to my family, friends, and the state of Nevada for my conduct. I sold WSPS and now functional as a consultant. It is my hope in the future to pursue gaming opportunities in the parts seller business. Thank you.
Very good. May I ask, just before we ask Mr. Surovic some questions, Mr. Johnson, is it? Yeah. Who are you here on behalf of?
It's the same parties. I'm Steve Cohen's partner.
Oh, I see. Okay, so
Cohen Johnson.
Understood. Thank you. So not on behalf of the new owner or the company as it stands going forward.
Correct.
Just as the company was. Thank you for that. Okay, Mr. Surovic, I appreciate you coming forward with your statement. I just wanted to make sure that I understood some things for the record. As to the incident you described in July of 24.
Correct.
Have you addressed that fully and completely within the legal system?
Yes.
Can you describe how you did that? What did they require you to do? And has that matter been fully addressed?
I go in a class to learn about my mistakes, and I take all responsibility. And I was on a court there, and I was suspended license, and I do whatever, class for this responsibility to learn mistakes.
Okay, and so as far as the adjudication of that matter, it's been fully resolved?
Correct.
Just so the record's clear, it was fully resolved. It was pled down to reckless driving, $2,000 fine.
Okay.
And he has every single, I'm sorry. And he has in fact performed, every single requirement that was set forth by the district attorney's office.
Okay, thank you for that. And then with respect to your taxes during the time that you owned the business, I understand there were some issues that the taxes needed to be revised.
Yes.
Could you speak to that in full, please?
Yes, that was because, how I said, I live first in Chicago, Illinois. And when I opened that small company, when I moved in Vegas, I still use that company and I deposit money on in bank, and that's money automatically going to Illinois. And I make mistake, and because I before have in Chicago, I have my CPI who work business for me. And when I move over here, I saw that mistake, and after that, Mr. Rai is fixed my problem. That was.
How did he fix your problem? What did he do?
We again apply for a tax return, and that's fixed. I don't do that for purpose to save some money or do something. Even tax is biggest in Illinois. I just do that by mistake.
So did you submit revised tax returns? For which periods?
That was periods between 3 years when I moved over here, 2018 to 2000, actually more, 2023, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, just on that note, there were amendments to the tax returns that were filed. Any and all penalties and interest were in fact paid in full. And he's now, had he continued in the business, Rice Smith, had him on the road so that these errors would not happen again.
So just for the record, can we just make clear which years were amended? Do you know?
Mr. Chair, would you like Rice Smith, the accountant, to address that?
I would, yeah. I think it's important that we clear that up. So thank you. Sir, please state your name.
Oh, no, it's fine. Jay Ryerson Smith, certified public accountant.
Okay, thank you. And could you just, as to Mr. Serovic and your activity to clean up his tax situation, can you give some details about what was done?
Well, I was called initially by Mr. Johnson to take a look at the returns that were being submitted with Mr. Servic's application, and they just didn't seem like they were making sense to me. And so I asked for the documents that were submitted to his CPA in Illinois to try to tie these things out and firm them up. And what appeared, what seemed to have happened was the tax preparer in Illinois had been sent just spreadsheets and credit card receipts and bank statements without any indication of whether they were business related or personal related. And as a result of I don't know if it was the distance or language or what, the preparer in Illinois had deducted numerous items which were indeed just personal expenses. As we discovered that, we brought in a great bookkeeper that I had contact with. We set in place procedures and for creating a wall between the personal items and the business items, making sure that, personal credit cards were used for personal purposes only, business credit cards were used for business only, and on a go-forward basis, having, a good solid bookkeeping system. We also went back and redid everything for the years. Off the top of my head, I don't recall the exact years, but basically all the returns that had been submitted were amended based on going through line by line, what was personal, what was business, resulted in a large taxes due to the IRS and also to the Illinois Department of Revenue. Those returns were filed over a year ago now. And as Mr. Cohen said, the taxes, penalties, and interest were all paid.
And that is specifically as to years 2021 and 22.
I believe that's right. I don't have the returns with me.
21 and 22.
So that's correct. I just want to confirm for the record that that's been correct. And then you were able to revise the taxes accordingly for 23 as well.
Yes, the 23 returns had not been filed. We filed original returns.
And since then, you've been working with Mr. Servik and his business, or you had been up until the point of the sale.
Yes, that's correct.
And in your professional opinion, all of the matters that have been addressed here today with respect to the taxes that led to an additional requirement for liability, that's all been settled and addressed fully.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay.
I'm good.
So as I understand it, Mr. Servik, you then sold the business to Mr. Sadi?
Correct.
And when did that happen?
That's happened around 1 year ago. After this situation happened to me, that's happened in July on 2024. After maybe 1 month, I sold company.
And what is your ongoing relationship with Mr. Sadi as a result of the sale?
Right now, in this point, I can say can be friends. Actually, we are friends. Before I meet him through business, and after that, I sold.
But do you have an ongoing relationship where you either consult or provide service for him?
For now, I'm just consult. When I sold company, he asked me if I still can be part-time consulting him, and I say yes. And I have he pay me monthly. That's part-time. I sometime on call when they call me and need some advice and do something for them. I go there and helping them.
So there's no ongoing specific dollar amount each month that you're paid?
It is. They pay me $6,000 per month, and that's that. I going there in a few hours, any another day probably something around that.
Okay.
When they need me, no specific day.
Okay, thank you. So that is all the questions I have as to Mr. Surovic. And so I'll say to my fellow board members, if you have questions as to Mr. Surovic and his particular situation, that's fine. And then we're going to take the withdrawal request as to Wolf separately. So Member Sendall?
Thank you. Thank you for being here and kind of presenting what occurred and being forthright. You've made a good record of the tax return issues, and I'm happy and sufficient with the explanation provided, and it sounds like you've cleared everything up moving forward with your accountant, so thank you. On the issue of, what occurred last summer and your getting a ticket and fined and whatnot, and having that criminal matter resolved, and I guess, how are you moving forward now, and how have things been since last summer?
I doing good. I learn listen how I can lost everything overnight in 5 minutes for some stupid decision. How I can lost family. I lost my dream. This license is big privilege, what was actually still my dream. And yeah, very hurt. I lost overnight everything what I built, hard works. I worked almost 24 hours. I was on call all day long, and I don't know what to say.
No, I appreciate that. And I appreciate you notifying the board immediately after this occurred last summer. I thought that was very good on your part doing that. And I appreciate everything else that you've put on the record so far. As Mr. Surovic is concerned, I don't have anything further at this moment, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Judge, as to Mr. Surovic, any questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I appreciate your acceptance of responsibility and you're willing to acknowledge your mistakes, and I believe you. So all the
thank you
concerns have been addressed by my colleagues, so I'm not going to pile on. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And from my perspective, Mr. Surovic, as to the request to withdraw, I would support that. I think you have done a lot to try and address a very difficult personal situation. I think you definitely, per your testimony here today, that you've learned a lot from that, and you have paid your debt and done the things that you needed to do. So I very much appreciate that. And I will be supporting that. However, I would look to support the withdrawal with prejudice, which means that you will not be able to apply for any gaming license for 1 year. And the thought process from my perspective on that is that gives you a little more time to get more stable relative to your situation. So that's where I'm at on that. And we will take a motion on that momentarily. Moving on to the issue of Wolf. So a legal opinion was presented as to the business and the fact that it's the belief of, I suppose, the current owner. Is that fair, that the business does not require a license at this time? Is that accurate?
Yeah, if I can address that. I think part of the confusion and why this has become an issue is the question as to why did the company apply for those licenses in the first place if they're not required? And at the time, it was thought that the company would move forward into more of those areas that would require specifically either a manufacturer's license or a distributor license. It was positioned then, and I think it still is now, that as it currently operates, which is just selling parts, that does not require either the manufacturer or distributor license. But I think that's been confusing, as to then why did we apply for those licenses? And that's the answer, is that they had plans to move forward, perhaps into other areas that specifically or very clearly would require those licenses.
So I appreciate that. And certainly just the timing was bad relative to the events in Mr. Surovic's life, which is why that all happened. Nevertheless, so you, for the record, you don't represent Mr. Sadi at all?
No.
Or have no relationship to the business going forward?
No.
Okay. In which case, the record that I want to make is that now that the business and the question of whether it requires a license of any sort, now that it has been brought to the board's attention, while I certainly accept your legal opinion and representations made as to the business and the need to have a license, I would ask that that be referred to the technology division within the Gaming Control Board for an assessment, which we within technology regularly do, as to whether a business or a product conducts activity that falls within or without the statutes, right? So we're going to ask that, but I guess that's not before us, and nobody here represents Mr. Sadi. So we'll reach out to him, and certainly if you wouldn't mind, if you have a relationship with him, it sounds like you do, let him know. We would like to have him just come in just to have the discussion and to confirm, in fact, that what he does is not to be regulated and a license is not required, which fair enough, but we definitely need to check that box now that this matter has been brought to our attention.
Right.
So we'll reach out to Mr. Sadi, or even better, if you could instruct Mr. Sadi to reach out to the technology division. We would appreciate that. Go through that analysis so we at the board level will be able to check off that box. And on that assumption, sir, question?
We'll make contact with Chief Barbie.
Please.
We'll set that up. That's number one, but I would like to address the issue when you deem it appropriate with prejudice or without prejudice for a moment.
Okay, and we can talk about that. And just so we're clear, what I would intend to do is support the motion for withdrawal for the business without prejudice. Okay, and you know, we can have certainly take more testimony as to Mrs. Sarovic and with prejudice and Wolf without, but that would be my intention. So what I'd like to do is ask my colleagues to have any additional questions as to Wolf. And then at that point, if you have further testimony as to this matter, we're happy to take it. Judge Assad.
No questions. Thank you.
Member Sindall.
I will just affirm my support of getting this into technology and looking at it. I think where we stand right now and the information we've received is that we need more information on what the company does. And, you know, I don't want to just make a brash decision. It's unclear from the information that's been provided to us. I appreciate you working through the agents and getting the information to us. But I just want to make sure we have the right experts involved and have a full understanding. Took a look at your website as well. And then I saw Mr. Sarovic's picture on there. And so I'm glad that got cleared up. But, I just want to make sure we have everything and I have a good understanding of what the company is currently doing under the current ownership. So we can make a decision moving forward. And as far as to the prejudice and without prejudice, I agree with the chairman that as far as Mr. Sarovic's personal actions are concerned, and as far as the specific request for withdrawal on the application for licensure as a member, manager, and key executive, as to him personally, I would support that with prejudice for a 1-year time period, cooling off period before being able to reapply. Current circumstances bay, but for the Wolf Slot Parts and Supply LLC, the application for licensure as a manufacturer distributor, just have the withdrawal without prejudice. So there's no impact there. That is my general understanding, and that is our understanding from Dag McGaw. If you could confirm that.
That's correct, members.
Okay, so yeah, that's where I stand, Chairman, and I don't know if you have any thoughts or comments.
Please.
Without being argumentative, which I sometimes do, I understand your position as to Wolf Slot Parts, not prejudice, which we greatly appreciate, and we'll wait for the vote on that. As to with prejudice, as to Mr. Chirovic, might we have that run? See, by doing it for the 1 year from today, that's really 2 years, because what happened was the incident happened on July 30th, 2024. He's done everything he was asked to do. In fact, he submitted to Agent Robertson and hopefully, different drug and alcohol screenings. The incident which he's taken full responsibility for has turned his life upside down. He took a business that he grew brick by brick, mortar by mortar, and he literally had to make a business decision. Do I move forward and gamble or with a family or not? So I think the extra year is what's troubling me. So maybe if we can make it retroactive 6 months, so it's really a 6-month cooling off period, as you so aptly stated. I just think that would be a lot fairer in this particular instance.
So I have two questions on that. Yes, first one to Mr. McGaw. Does the board have that sort of flexibility?
Mr. Chair, no, it does not. The regulation says approval until after expiration of 1 year from the date of such withdrawal. So the regulation starts the clock on the date of withdrawal. So it would start today.
Okay, so
it doesn't give the discretion to shorten that period.
Then might I suggest this, an affirmative representation by Mr. Sarovic and Mr. Johnson and myself that states that under no circumstances will this gaming control board / commission receive an application from Mr. Sarovic for 6 months from today.
So, Mr. Servik, thank you for that, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Servik, do you have an intention to seek licensure in the near future? A specific intention?
Yes, I wish, sorry, yes, I wish to apply again and grow again my business and do what I like to do, what I doing best, what I know to do. That's my dream, and I know this license is privilege. That's my plan. I don't know what to do on middle time. I just at the moment do like consultants for this company. And
when you say grow a business, which business? Do you intend to reacquire Wolf?
Start from beginning.
Do you intend to reacquire Wolf?
No. I'm talking to start to do again what I do, to open new probably company and start from beginning.
If we granted it without prejudice today, we're not talking about a lot of time here, right? It's 1 year. So how soon would we expect an application from you?
Based upon what we said, and I agree with the cooling off period, because I think it would be helpful in his next application process for whatever that is, with an additional representation warranty that he will not file any application for 6 months. So the way it stands today, he has a dream. He could rebuild a business. He could start a business from scratch. That's why that original application was filed. He wanted to take it to a manufacturer distributor because of the gold standard, and it helps him in other states. That dream was dashed in one stupid evening. That's why I'm just asking for it without prejudice.
I certainly, I wouldn't mind if Mr. Servik at some point wanted to reacquire Wolf. It seems like a logical option, but from the sake of just being straightforward here, we're clear that it's intention that he doesn't want to do that.
Not now. No, sir.
So, okay, that's when you say not now, because is that the case that he'll come back 6 months from now having reacquired Wolf?
No. No, there is no present intention or no intention whatsoever to purchase all or any portion of Wolf from Mr. Sadi. What we're talking about would be a new LLC for Mr. Servik to do whatever he's going to do.
Because obviously one of the things we don't want is to circumvent the intent here and to park the company for a period of time with Mr. Sodi, only to have Mr. Servik then reacquire it. That would tend to be seen as bad faith.
Absolutely, I agree with you. As a former regulator, that doesn't pass any test that I can think of. You're just putting a different bag on the head. So I agree with that. Absolutely.
And obviously, if Mr. Servik were to reapply, we have this transcript where he said he's not going to reacquire it. So
correct.
We can have that look at that point.
Correct.
So with that, I'll entertain thoughts from my colleagues about a 6-month voluntary cooling off.
Personally, I feel like the 1 year is like a minimum to me. Without going into, too much of what occurred. I mean, there was a lot there. So, you've got reckless driving, you've got DUI, and you've got the, cocaine. It's a lot. And this is a privileged license. This is the gold standard. I understand this occurred after you submitted your application. It is very unfortunate, but it is very erroneous as well. I have only been here 6 months, but in the 6 months I've been here, I can at least say from what I've seen consistently, this would be on the very minimal low end of a restriction to be able to come in after, to me, such an egregious, although one time, but very egregious, very recent error, which just occurred just over a year ago. And I'm at the position that I would only be willing to support a full 1 year with prejudice withdrawal at this point.
Thank you. Judge Assad.
I'm a little confused, but if we grant it without prejudice, he could apply anytime within the next year, right?
That is correct, Judge Assad.
And you're willing to make an assurance that he won't apply for 6 months?
Yes, sir.
And that's enough time for him to straighten up and fly right.
Yes. And the reason, one of the other reasons why I'm caught up on the issue of with prejudice is because of opportunities outside the state of Nevada. That looks like a denial. It is a denial. I mean, they granted the withdrawal, but anytime you use the word prejudice, it could be deemed to be a black mark.
Yeah.
And I just don't want that to happen to someone who's taken all these steps to do the right thing. So if we can fashion the withdrawal without prejudice, it preserves everything that we're trying to do here, cooling off period, not apply, continue his rehabilitation process, and move on with his life. And I will have in your possession today, if that is the motion, I will have in your possession today a letter signed by Mr. Cherovic and Mr. Johnson and myself agreeing to the 6-month cooling off period. And I don't mean 6 months in a day. I mean, I'm talking a good faith. You won't hear from Mr. Cherovic for a minimum of 6 months for a license application.
From today?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and the incident was July 30th, 2024. That was a year ago.
Yes, sir.
So altogether, we're talking about a year and a half.
Yes, sir.
All right, yeah, I'm fine with that.
So the recency troubles me, right? Because it would be one thing if this happened 5 years ago, or then it's understood that there would have been enough time to fully, I fully appreciate Mr. Cervix doing everything he can, but to reestablish himself on these sorts of things takes time. And for that reason, I'm not comfortable with just 6 months. I think it should just be a little bit more. And so I'm going to have to say that I would support the with prejudice of a year.
Might I suggest this then?
Okay.
Could the motion be made without prejudice with the agreement that he will not voluntarily submit a license application for 1 year from today's date?
Given Mr. Cervic's earnestness and the fact that he has come here and done everything he can, and the fact that I agree with you, we could explain, or you could explain to the other jurisdictions and you know why it was with prejudice, and explain that it only means it's a year of delay, but it is potentially seen as a black mark, if you will, and I wouldn't necessarily want him to have that. So that was the mechanism that I appreciate you presenting, because I would be driving towards that, which would balance out the year, because I agree with Member Sendall that he needs to at least have a year given the seriousness of this. But if you would agree on the record that we will not see an application from Mr. Cervic for 1 year from today, I believe we achieve the same purpose, and I'm willing to support that.
Mr. Cervic, on the record, do you agree that for 1 year from the date of today, that you will not apply with the Nevada State Gaming Control Board / Gaming Commission for any privilege license whatsoever?
Okay, yes.
And Mr. Johnson, I agree and represent to this tribunal the same.
So I've stated my position on that. It would seem then, but not to put words in your mouth, but Judge Assad would agree, Member Sendall.
I just hadn't really thought about this as an option, or I didn't really know that this was going to come up. And so I guess from a legal standpoint, or from Chief Rippey, from your standpoint, when other jurisdictions ask us, do you have something on Mr. Cervic? And perhaps, you go through your records and I don't know who it would go to. So whoever one of you needs to respond, or both of you, is that something that people would ask and look at, or that you would share, or how would that information be shared? Or even if, let's say, we do approve this withdrawal without prejudice, but like he makes this promise for 1 year, isn't that all kind of knowable? And is that seen as a black mark to be with prejudice for withdrawal for 1 year?
As long as there's an agreement in place to share information, other jurisdictions would be able to obtain some of that information.
and review that information. Obviously, transcripts can be looked at as well, ordered.
And do other-
This is on video as well, so this can be accessed as well on YouTube. So if I may, maybe if the applicant wanted to voluntarily submit to frequent drug testing within the next year, I don't know if that would provide some more comfort. We've done that recently with an applicant that they have continued to provide the drug testing results to the board.
As like a condition to the
It
withdrawal?
wouldn't be a condition,
Yeah,
but it's
Just a-
voluntarily
oh, I
done
see.
by
Like
the
saying it on the record right now, that he would submit to doing something like that quarterly for the next year. Would that be something Mr. Cervic would be open to?
Yeah,
Mr. Cervic agrees to that.
yeah, I already doing drug test and I report to Mark Robertson and I keep going to doing that, for next year. How you request weekly, monthly, quarterly, whatever.
Did you have anything to add to that, Dag McGaw?
I was just gonna say, as long as the record makes it clear this is voluntary and that he pays the cost for that and responsible, that the board is not imposing this requirement, that it would just be to build a record of good faith and a record of his suitability if he should reapply. And then again, with the 6 months, again, that is voluntary, but the board has a record that you agreed not to submit an application. Again, not legally restrictive technically, but you have made a statement to the board that you were not going to do this. So that is building a reputational suitability thing, or for a year, if you guys, that will be all factored into when his future application is considered by the board, is to his honesty, integrity, and things like that. So it is voluntary, but these are certainly things that the board can consider any future applicant.
So in summation, we agree with everything Deputy McGaw just stated. So if we can fashion respectfully the motion to withdraw without prejudice voluntarily, Mr. Cervic, under no circumstances on behalf of himself or any entity, will file an application for suitability with Nevada for 1 year, and he will voluntarily, at his own cost and expense, and submit to the board, to investigations. We can send it to Mr. Robertson or, to chairman, to you, however, or.
I think, yeah, Chief Rippey through Chief Rippey.
Okay, we'll send it to Chief Rippey, sure. Quarterly drug and alcohol screenings.
So from my perspective, I would support, again, given Mr. Cervic's earnestness, and he's addressed all these issues. He even handled his taxes that cost him apparently substantial sums to be able to make that good, so to speak. And so the fact that, of course, any application would, of course, come right back to us. And as Senior Deputy Attorney General McGaw said, that would be evidence of good reputation that he complied or continued to comply. I want to do what I can under these circumstances to support Mr. Cervic in this effort. And I'm happy to support that motion with the voluntary assertions made here today.
Thank you.
As am I. Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, Madam Secretary, I apologize. With that, would either of my colleagues like to make the first motion as to Mr. Cervic?
On the withdrawal.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll do that. I move that we grant the application to withdraw, that it be without prejudice, and that the subject, Mr. Cervic, has voluntarily agreed not to file any application for licensure or suitability for a period of 1 year from today's date, and that he also voluntarily agrees to submit to quarterly alcohol and drug testing.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Sorry. Is this for both?
No.
It's member manager, key executive? Yes. Okay.
We'll do the next one next.
Aye. Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Motion passes. Now, as to Wolf, I'd accept a motion as to Wolf. Either of my colleagues would care to offer that.
So this one, we want to refer it back?
No,
Or just
this one, where I stand is that this one should be granted motion to withdraw without prejudice as to Wolf,
Okay,
with the understandings, although the individuals are not present, that there will be a review from the technology division as to the activities of Wolf to ensure that they do not engage in conduct or activities that would require licensing under the Nevada statutes.
okay. With respect to the applications for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor, and an application for licensure as a member, manager, and or key executive of Wolf Slot Parts and Supply LLC, the motion to withdraw is granted without prejudice.
Judge Assad, you were speaking just to the application of licensure as a a licensure as member, manager, and key employee only, right? Not the license for manufacturer and distributor, correct?
Yes.
No, wouldn't that be what I'm confused. That's what we would be speaking to.
Yeah, I may have.
Yeah, we want everything without prejudice as to WSPS on the
Correct.
corporate side.
The two applications.
Well, technically, I suppose they're all without prejudice, but
Yeah.
but I did want to just take them separate.
That is correct, Chair, and that's what I understood, but I may have misheard what the judge said in his motion.
I think the judge said both, but he only needed to say the first one, the license and manufacturer and distributor. 'cause
Oh,
he
yeah,
already
yeah,
voted
yeah.
on it.
Sorry, I then misspoke. I'm just building on the misspeaking. I meant, Judge, you meant the licensure as manufacturer and distributor, correct?
Correct.
And that's where you meant the motion to end. Thank you.
Yes. That's the motion. That the application for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor, the request to withdraw that be granted without prejudice.
Very good. So, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you. Good luck, Mrs. Hervik.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so very
Thank
much
you.
for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, that is our last non-restricted agenda item. We stand in recess until 2 p.m. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. We are back on the record for our 2 p.m. calendar. Our first item of business this afternoon is the consideration of the matters on our restricted consent agenda. The board's investigation agents have worked up detailed files on each of these agenda items, and reports have been submitted to the board members. No areas of interest or concern were uncovered during the investigations, and because I am not aware of any questions or issues with any of these items, appearances by the respective applicants were waived for this meeting. Madam Secretary, please read into the record the items on today's restricted consent agenda.
Restricted number 3 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at US Gas 7 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 4 is the application of Pompey Commercial Center LLC to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at the Composer's Room. It is also the applications of Pompey LLC for registration as a holding company and for licensure as member and manager. You also have the applications of Damon Costa and Nicholas Cordardo for finding of suitability as member and manager as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 5 is the application of Shortline Gaming LLC doing business as Shortline Gaming doing business at 7-Eleven store number 26751 for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of Cursadera LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Shortline Gaming LLC doing business as Shortline Gaming doing business at 7-Eleven store number 26751. You also have the applications of Rahel Aceris and Wojciech Kersey for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 6 is the application of Jacob Gordon for licensure as a key employee at The Local LLC doing business as Old Southwest Social House, and the application of Jacob Gordon for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from The Local LLC doing business as Old Southwest Social House. Restricted number 7 is the application of Jet Fuels LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies doing business at 7-Eleven store number 29627. It is also the application of Jonathan Lacey for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 8 is the application of Gel Corporate Holdings LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies doing business at 7-Eleven store number 25610. It is also the application of Jonathan Lacey for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 9 is the application of JAG NV Corp for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 10 is the application of Best Bet Productions, Inc. doing business at the venue for a restricted gaming license.
Thank you. Are there any discussions on any of these items?
None by me, thank you.
None by me, thank you.
Hearing none, then would either of my colleagues care to make a motion?
Want to do them one at a time? In a group?
In a group if you can. One at
Okay.
a time's easier, that's fine.
Yeah, because there's some conditions. With respect to restricted agenda item number 3, I recommend that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of that agenda item as stated by Secretary Nicole Rupert with the following condition: that the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Member
Yes.
Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye.
And then 4 and 5, I can take together. I recommend that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of restricted item number 4 and number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye.
And with respect to restricted agenda item number 6, I move that we recommend approval of that agenda item as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert with the following condition, that if any equity owner is no longer functioning as a key employee for that location, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal? Aye. Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye.
And I'll take 7, 8, and 9 together with respect to agenda items on the restricted agenda, number 7, number 8, number 9. I move that we recommend approval of those agenda items to the Nevada Gaming Commission as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal? Aye. Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye.
And lastly, with respect to restricted agenda item number 10, I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of that item as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert with the following condition, that the surveillance system and or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. Second, the sign of appropriate size, which has been administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, must be at the entrance to the location indicating that the slot machines are available to the public to play and that patrons are not required to pay a cover charge to engage in gaming.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal? Aye. Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you. With that, we come, Madam Secretary, to restricted item number 1. Please read that into the record.
Restricted number 1 are the applications of Battleborn Hospitality LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda.
Yes, please welcome. And when you're situated, please make your appearances for the record.
Addison Tom.
One second, could you hit the green button, sir?
Hit the red button, now we're green. Thank you.
Yes,
Your Honor.
perfect. Please
Thank
start
you.
again.
Chairman Tim O'Reilly of the O'Reilly Law Group. I'm present on behalf of Battleborn Hospitality. To my left here is Lyle Savernka, and to my right here is Bryant Jane. Also with us today is Milo Kostelecki. And also with us today who came into town is Clayton Lake from Imbibe. I understood that his appearance was requested. As a result, he is here today. I understand Addison Thorne of Shell Capital is also on the line. The purpose of today's meeting agenda item is the transfer of interest with Shell Capital to the 2 individuals that are on my left and my right. And we understand there may be some questions for Mr. Lake as well as it relates to some funds that were provided to him subsequent to 2018. If I may address that originally and then address any questions that you guys may have, or should I turn it over to you?
I'm happy to take any affirmative presentation you had, and then we can move to questions.
Okay, very well. In 2018, as you may recall, as you may know by review of the record, the application of Mr. Lake Imbibe was withdrawn. Prior to that, and consistent with, I believe, the correspondence that was sent with the individuals that are at the podium with me today, Mr. Lake had invested some money into the company. So subsequent to that, the funds that he did invest were being paid back. And these individuals are here to answer any questions you may have for that. Are they accepting responsibility for that payback? Yes, they are. I think if you ask them in reflection, should they have been having discussions with the agent in regards to that? Yes. Unfortunately, I think they fell into a very tough situation by being ignorant in terms of the process that needed to be followed. As a result, I'm happy to be here now to represent them. As the record may reflect, my representation came on in the most recent times, probably in the last 30 days or so. As a result of that, we tried to draft and finalize a buyout agreement consistent with the representations and the funds that were paid subsequent to 2018. And consistent with the recommendations that have been made, these individuals, as well as Mr. Kostelecki, have registered for the gaming seminar class this month because they know they have a lot to learn in terms of the process. They're not only managers in terms of this restaurant, bar, and gaming facility, but they also are there on a day-to-day basis. They work it on a day-to-day basis. So it is their livelihood, and it's something that they take near and dear to their heart. With that, we're here for any questions.
Thank you. If we could, I'd like to establish a timeline on certain items for the record, and then we can proceed from there. As I understand, you gentlemen are formerly represented by Ms. Gigante, an attorney. Is that right?
I think the former representation was by Mr. Joe Brown. At Colsar Latham, which is no longer a firm.
So was Ms. Gigante involved? Ms. Allison Gigante?
She was.
Rest this.
She was one of the paralegals.
Yeah, she was a paralegal,
with
I
Joe
believe.
Brown.
Yeah.
So it was Allison and Hunter Davidson were the two paralegals that helped facilitate Joe Brown with our licensing.
Okay, we have a letter from received on July 31st, 2018 from the Colsar and Latham firm from Allison Gigante, who's Esquire listed as an attorney. But be that as it may, it indicates that there was she presented an org chart with the withdrawal of Imbibe Investments. Do you remember this? Have you seen this document?
I have not seen it.
For just a moment, could you identify yourselves the next time you speak?
Of course.
Thank you.
Okay, so what we'll do is gentlemen, why don't you state your names for the record? I thought you'd done that already. My apologies. And in the meantime, Chief Rippey will provide you, Mr. O'Reilly, with a copy of the letter.
My name is Lyle Serpenka, owner operator of Starboard Tack.
Brian Chain, owner operator, Starboard Tack.
And as you see, it's just a letter to Mr. Barry Chilton, Nevada Gaming Control Board, regarding the Starboard Tack application, referencing the withdrawal of Imbibe Investments, including a reorganized org chart. Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure you have it so that we're all talking about the same document. Fair enough. And then on or about November 20th, 2018, Mr. Cervenka sent an email representing that Mr. Lake and Imbibe had been removed from the Secretary of State, from the Secretary of State filing, and is no longer an owner of the company, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. On 12/11/18, Ms. Allison Gigante, who is also the author of the letter I provided to you already, Mr. O'Reilly, sent a further representation as to the reasoning for the withdrawal for Mr. Lake and for Imbibe. And I don't know if you have that or if you need it, but she did send it to our agent, Broomfield. So would you like a copy of that?
I do not have that letter.
Okay, we're going to have Chief Rippey provide you with that again, just to make sure that we're all looking across all the same documents.
Understood.
And the stated reason for the withdrawal was common across all these communications, but for the record, if you would explain why Mr. Lake, from your perspective, was removed as well as Imbibe?
So Clay, he wasn't living in Vegas at the time, and it became kind of a hassle to be coming back to do all the paperwork for everything. So he just felt it was in his best interest to not be part of it anymore.
Okay. So then at the January 2019 meeting of the Nevada Gaming Control Board, you represented to Member Reed the exact same information, correct? That Mr. Lake and Imbibe had withdrawn and were no longer part of the ownership group.
Correct.
And I can provide that transcript if you'd like, but just want to have you verify that that was indeed communicated to the board at that time.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then similarly, as to the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting that same month, there was a representation to then Commissioner Alamo with the exact same information.
Correct.
It just ended up being more of an issue for him, so it was easier for us to just remove him.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So then you filed this matter on or about February of 2024, correct?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. On or about November of 24, you were notified by the control board staff that was reviewing the matter that there was an issue as to Mr. Lake and Imbibe, that he was still an owner of the business, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You then provided 6 months later, in May 2nd of this year, an amendment dated partnership amendment agreement number 2, dated May of 2024, correct?
Correct.
And in that, it suggested that, and I'm quoting directly from the document, I assume you have it and reviewed it, that as of May 1st, 2024, Imbibe Investments will voluntarily withdraw 1% interest of Battleborn Hospitality to Battleborn Hospitality. The new percentage gained are as follows: Imbibe down to 0 and so on. Okay. And then subsequent to that, on or about June 23rd of 25, just 2 months ago, a little under 2 months ago, you submitted a buyout agreement, which was a memorialization of an oral agreement that you indicated dates back to an effective date of July 1st, 2018. Did I get all that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and again, I think it's important as we have this discussion to make sure that we have the appropriate record and that we're all looking at the same documents and have the same timeline. So I appreciate you gentlemen in working with me to go through that. With respect to the business, were there in ordinary course K-1s filed with the IRS each year?
Yes.
They were, okay. And that's ordinary course, something you do for the business.
Yes.
Yeah. With respect to, I turned your attention specifically to the K-1 for 2020, 21, 22, and 23. What exactly was the listing on the K-1 of ownership and distribution as it pertained to Mr. Lake and Imbibe?
It reflected his 1% that we were attempting to pay back from his original $10,000 investment.
Okay. And Mr. Lake, could you please step forward? Thank you. So did you yourself, as what was then a shareholder at that time through those years, did you receive a K-1?
I did receive K-1, yes.
Okay. Now on that K-1, did it show that there was any amount of money received as a beneficial owner of the company?
I would have to take a look at it. I don't remember offhand.
Okay, but if there were money on that, would you agree, or in ordinary course, would you have paid taxes on that money?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess going back to so if this were meant as a reimbursement, why would it have appeared on the K1?
I don't know.
Honestly, yeah, I don't know. We thought we could separate the two, that he didn't have to be on the license and we could just pay him back essentially as a 1% owner. But I mean, it was just our error.
So he received it, it's a tax document, federal tax document that you created and you each received as owners. And on that document, it listed Mr. Lake as a beneficiary, and he received money on that document as a beneficiary, as a beneficial owner of the company. Yes?
Correct.
Yes.
And okay. And it's your position that why was that money paid to him?
We were reimbursing him for his original investment.
And Mr. Lake, you're unaware whether you actually paid tax on that money, because if on one hand, if it was a reimbursement, you would agree that the reimbursement would not be taxable, correct?
Correct.
But if on the other hand, it were a benefit received as a member, that would be taxable income, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know which way it was treated.
I'm so sorry. Could you move closer to the microphone?
Yeah. I have a CPA. I can get the information from her if you like me to. But I do not know offhand.
Okay, because you see that the concern there is, the
do.
characterization of it, right? That's the thing. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lake. Now, gentlemen, the question I have is this. So you've already agreed and acknowledged that you submitted a document on 5/21/25 or thereabouts. That was the amendment we talked about, which basically said that as of 5/1/24, Mr. Lake and Imbibe were no longer owners. And when was that document prepared?
So that was prepared upon discovery, working with Agent Lombardo.
Okay.
So he came to us and said, straight up, we filed we sent them the K1s. Everything was transparent. We didn't hide anything. We said, yep, this is everybody who got paid. And from that, he brought it to our attention that he's not technically on the gaming license, so he can't be receiving funds.
Right.
As a joint partner and in any which way. So we totally messed up with that.
Did you have conversations with Mr. Lake about, we'll reimburse you this way and this therefore should not be seen as taxable income on the K1?
No, we didn't.
Not on the K1, yeah.
But did you have any discussion with him about the tax consequences? Because you see what I'm getting at, right?
Of course. Yes.
With respect to a reimbursement is here, you take your money back and there's no profit and there's no tax consequence. Whereas if, he was a member and he received a dividend, some sort of benefit from being a member, that has a tax consequence. So to me, that's a piece of the puzzle that we don't know here now, that I very much want to know.
So at the end of the day, it comes down to us. We should have had legal representation and guidance to get through this, and not just a thought that we could just handle it on our own. And in retrospect, I really wish we did do that, but we were just trying to pay an original investor back before we even had gaming, who invested his $10,000.
So I fully appreciate that there are occasions where people make mistakes and where maybe you get in over your head and that sort of thing. I appreciate that. But I have to set that aside for the moment relative to some of these facts, right? Again, I really don't know how Mr. Lake, and I guess Mr. Lake doesn't know, we can find out how he treated the receipt of that money. As you can see, that's a very important fact that I believe that the board needs to know in this particular case. The other piece I was wondering about is, so you submitted this document on 5/2/25 after talking with Agent Lombardo, and you realized you had to clean this up. Right?
Correct, yes.
And it said that as of 5/1/24, the Mr. Lake and Imbibe's ownership interest had been extinguished. Okay. Was that factual? Did you submit something to the board that was not factual? Because you represented in that document that that as of 5/1/24, he no longer was within the ownership group, whereas in 2019, you said it had happened then. So do you see why that's a problem?
Yes, we were just under the impression that we could still pay him back his original investment without him being a member, you know, it was a mistake on our part.
No, I understand that you were trying to get him back, and candidly, we all recognize we're not talking about a lot of money. I understand that, and things can be overlooked, make mistakes. But I'm talking about, you know, truth telling here, right? Veracity, right? And the issue that I have is you submitted a document in 25 which said, oh, he was outside the partnership, exited from the partnership as of May of 24. And then we have agreed upon email document 2 times on the record saying that he was exited from the partnership in 2019. So I'm not talking about, hey, we made a mistake. I'm talking about, you know, truth of the matter here, right? Because you on one hand said in 2019 that he was exited from the partnership and Imbibe was exited. And then you send in a document on 2025 indicating that he exited the partnership in May of 2024.
So originally in the 2019, we assumed that he wasn't part of it. Like he had nothing to do with the business whatsoever, but we were still paying him back. Then when Agent Lombardo let us know, no, he is still part of it because you guys are paying him back. That's when we had the new forms drawn up to make sure he was completely out of it.
So my next question is, what was the purpose of the memorialization document memorializing the discussion from 2018 that was sent in subsequent to this document sent in on May 2nd, 25? What was the purpose of that? If it had been addressed in the prior amendment, why did you need the buyout agreement memorialization of oral agreement document? Why did you need that?
If I may, in terms of respond to some of that, in terms of the question, they needed it is because the document that was submitted in 2024 was not consistent with what was provided in 2018. They prepared the 2024 document themselves. So once we got involved to assist in terms of moving the matter forward and to be more consistent with the record, we drafted in terms of the buyout agreement as a result of the conversations with Agent Lombardo. Was the 2024 agreement wrong? It was wrong in terms of the dates from the legal standpoint and the representations that were made in 2018. And I think that's the applicants here in front of us recognize that, and I think it's been recognized by you, Mr. Chairman. And candidly, they drafted it themselves. They're not lawyers, they're not gaming lawyers, they're not accountants. And so the buyout agreement that was presented is to assist in terms of moving them forward to their overall education in terms of the process, understand what was made in terms of the representations in 18, and to be more consistent in terms of the distributions or the funds that were refunded.
Now, Mr. O'Reilly, making a mistake is one thing. What I perceive to be even most generous to the gentleman is a misrepresentation is another thing. They presented a document to the Gaming Control Board that said that as of 24, Mr. Lake and Imbibe were no longer partners. And they had indicated on the record multiple times, has already been established, as early as 2018 and 19, that had happened already. So again, while I understand that they were over their head and they need to do better and all of that, the part of this that bothers me is candidly what I perceive as a potential cover-up or an attempt to fix something after the fact, not once, but twice. And that's of concern to me. And it goes to, you know, matters of truth telling and probity from my perspective.
Understand, Mr. Chairman.
And I think that the other piece that we don't know, which I think we need to know, again, is the characterization of Mr. Lake on his K-1, what he did with those funds. Because if he characterized them as income, then it even becomes even more difficult to believe that he was merely getting paid back, because it was income.
I understand your position. And I'm not here to continue to repeat myself.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Now, let's talk about the transfer here. Could you explain the facts and circumstances that arose for you to self-report the need to get this transfer to be approved by the control board and the commission? Gentlemen?
Are we discussing the Shell Capital?
We are,
transfer?
yeah. How did that happen? It's obviously a related matter. It happened nestled between the two end dates we're talking about, 19 and 24, but nevertheless, explain how you went about discovering it and bringing it to the board's attention and what brought us here today.
So our business partner, Addison Tom, he invested, he got a clearance with gaming control, full background check passed. He moved to Lubbock, Texas to pursue his real estate ventures, at which point he no longer wanted to be part of the business. So we agreed on a buyout. I was not aware of the process that I'm learning now, that you have to make everything aware, have the money in escrow. There's steps. We were not aware of this. We had documents. We showed where the money came from. We thought we did everything right, and we didn't. And then it became discovered when our SRO, Golden Entertainment, who has been a great partner with us, has a contract coming up with us, and we're about to re-sign it. And then it comes up, well, he's still on your license, because we didn't understand the avenue to remove somebody who already qualified on the license.
Okay, so you brought it to the attention of the board after Century indicated that, and then here we are.
Sorry, Golden.
Sorry, Golden, apologize. After Golden brought that to your attention and then you applied and here we are.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. We'll do some more discussion at the end, but I'm going to give my colleagues an opportunity to ask further questions. But I can say from my perspective, it would be very difficult for me to approve this transfer at this time. I think there's more information that needs to be known. And I think that while I understand circumstances where you get over your head and circumstances where you make mistakes or you don't know, there's a lot here. And I think that even though you don't know, you still presented documents that gave dates that weren't true. And also the thing that we don't know, we still need to find out related to taxes, to figure out Mr. Lake's taxes and figure out how he treated it. Because to my way of thinking, that goes to how you perceived it and how Mr. Lake perceived it. So I really would want to know that. So these are things that I'm going to absolutely need to know before we're able to go forward in any way from my perspective. I appreciate now that you have skilled counsel, Mr. O'Reilly, with you. I think that was a very, very good step. He's very knowledgeable in gaming and can help move things forward, certainly. But I think that's only the first step. I think there's more steps that have to happen on the road to fixing this. That's my perspective with that. I will ask Member Sendal if she has any questions for anybody here.
Thank you, and I appreciate the explanation and the timeline and your candor. And I think we just want some clarity, and, I understand mistakes are made, and what's unclear to me is it seems that Mr. Lake originally made an investment of $10,000?
Correct.
And to date, through those reimbursements that were occurring, he wasn't even reimbursed the full $10,000.
That's correct.
And it's unclear to me how did you come up with the amounts, these installment payment amounts, dollar amounts to pay him year by year? And let me add to that, if back in 2019, when you were before the board and the commission, you said, okay, it's too much for Mr. Lake to come, he's out, he's done. Why didn't you just cut him a check for 10 grand and just be done with it? I don't understand how the ball fell. From my perspective, I don't understand what happened after you came before the board and the commission before. You made those statements that he's done, he's off, he's busy, studying for the bar, whatever. It sounds like he's your friend. He had just made an investment. This was just supposed to be to help be part of it. I don't think there's like a malintent here, but I don't understand how from there where you made those affirmations, what did you think you had to do to remove the 1% and to pay back his $10,000? What in your mind, what was the thought process at that point to pay him in this way and not just pay him his 10 grand back and be done with this?
So when we opened the business, we appreciated 1 point would be $10,000. So that translated to, that's how we were going to pay him back. We didn't have $10,000 just to cut a check. We almost break even every single year as per our tax returns show. Yeah, so that's kind of our basis of why that evaluation was made.
And essentially, we're thinking that we could pay him back as if like it's like points instead of like ownership. So that 1%, that's how we were paying him back. So everything that he got paid back every quarter, whenever that came through, it was essentially as if he was a 1% owner. And that's how we looked at it, you know? But it was just a return on his investment, essentially, not a return on investment. We're just paying him back as if he were that, you know?
And how did that jive though, you doing that under that circumstance, not sort of contradict in your mind the statements made that he would no longer have an ownership in the company and be getting shares? Because essentially you're reimbursing him from what the company is making from the investment based on the investment amount. It's directly tied to this prior interest, which then you stated before to the board and the commission, he was no longer going to be part of. Do you kind of see where I'm getting at?
I do. And once again, I was under the impression that those could essentially be separate issues, you know? That he has his investment, we can pay him back his investment, but he has nothing to do with the business, which he didn't have anything to do with the business, you know? I was under the impression that they could be two separate things, which apparently, you know, it can't be, you know, so.
And he never even, after 7 years now, he's never even recouped his initial investment.
Yeah.
Correct. That's what I see.
Yeah.
Here. And you haven't even paid him his full. That's where I was like, well, if you're just reimbursing him his original amount and he's done and doesn't have an interest in the business anymore, and you've stated that to the board and commission already, he's not part of it. He doesn't have time to do licensing. He doesn't have time to do that work. So then he really can't partake in the share of the profits of the business. He doesn't legally, he can't do that. And I understand in your mind, you think, well, we're just going to pay him back, but you can't use those same funds, right? That you just said he can't come forward and get licensed for to be part of and get revenue from, which is what the chairman is saying is essentially he wants additional evidence that is what essentially it was, which is what it appears to be. And I don't know, obviously you'll see from Mr. Lake's, financial, tax records, but that's problematic from our standpoint, from the record we just laid out on you went around the licensing requirement and you still essentially allowed Mr. Lake to be paid through gaming revenue without being licensed for 4 or 5 years until you came back to the Gaming Control Board only after your SRO informed you that you needed to come back because of another, transaction that needed to be occurred that required licensing. And that's, not good. So those are just my general comments for now. But that's how I see this after all this has been outlined is the concern. And I think the chairman's concern here is when you're coming before us now on a separate transaction that's already occurred that didn't also follow the process and follow the regulations to ensure appropriate, management of those funds before they were transferred, is concerning. So that's all I want to say for now.
Very good. Thank you, Member Sandal. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman. Why was Mr. Imbibe, how do you pronounce that?
Imbibe.
Why was he being withdrawn?
In 2018, he was withdrawn
Why was that
because
being withdrawn?
He wasn't living in Las Vegas anymore. And it became a hassle for him to do everything as far as all the procedure with being approved for gaming.
So I mean, I share the concerns of my colleagues, and I don't want to go over the same territory, but it comes down to a question, can you address intent? The question, the issue is whether there was deception here. Excuse me. Whether there was deception, and to answer that, I think it goes to intent. So what was the intent here in these transactions that got all screwed up?
If I may, and then I'll let them respond to that question directly. And just for clarification, in terms of Clayton Lake, in terms of him being here today, he did fly in from Florida to be here today. So I don't want from Texas to be here today. So he still does not reside in Las Vegas. In terms of to address your question, Your Honor, I think it would be helpful if we understood in terms of these two individuals' background, in terms of how they got to where they're at right now, because it wasn't a business background. And I think that will be helpful addressing the lack of intent for any deception to this board.
Go ahead. So, yeah, we're both bartenders, Lyle and I, we have no business background. I mean, as far as management, we've done that, So originally when Clay invested the money, it was prior to even us having any kind of gaming, anything like that, So then we went in front of the board. We started when we were dealing with our previous counsel, Joe Brown. It got complicated. And so Clay was like, we're not going to do this, just pay me back, So we just assumed we could pay him back through, like a theoretical 1%, but there was never any like malice or anything. I don't know if that's the right term, or we weren't trying to do anything like that. Like really
So why don't you provide your background in terms of bartending and how we ended up in terms of this location?
So like I said, I've been bartending. I've been bartending in gaming establishments since I was 21 years old. It's been my dream. I'm born and raised in Las Vegas. It was my dream to do what we're doing right now. And
where were you at before this location?
So we were working at a Radio City Pizzeria on Fremont Street. Then previous to that, I was at the Cosmopolitan. Previous to that, I was with Doc Holliday's Bounty Hunter establishments. That's where I first started all my gaming background and everything like that,
And then,
but it was always just as a bartender,
And I moved out here in 2013. My partner at the time, she started the Life is Beautiful Festival. So I was a bartender in Los Angeles. I was in the right place in the right time and became the manager of Velveteen Rabbit. I started the whole Arts District momentum. I'm a recipient of Nevada Bartender of the Year. This has been everything that I've grinded for. I've put heart and soul, and I'm very proud of what we've done and resurrected a establishment that is been in Vegas and has been a staple, and people know the name Starboard Tack from the 70s. And with the blessing of Milo Kostalecki, he let us bring the name back and resurrect something that's very important to this city and a very important landmark. And it could actually be a historical landmark because of the amount of years it's been a staple in this community.
And I really want to
my hangout,
reiterate,
by the way.
oh, sorry.
What's that?
Used to be my hangout, by the way, the one on Sahara.
That's the one which Port Tack or Starboard Tack?
Whatever they call it, the one on Sahara near Valley View.
Port Tack.
That's the
that was
port,
Port
yeah.
Tack, yeah.
So,
That was a
but I really
hot
want to
spot.
reiterate, there was no intention to be deceptive or anything like that. Like this wasn't like a significant sum of money. We just went about it the wrong way. You know what I mean? Really, we weren't trying to do anything wrong,
And it doesn't make it right. We messed up. We should have had legal counsel. We should have asked questions instead of just thinking, oh, this is the way we can do it. But upon investigation, I submitted all of our tax returns with the K-1s that showed, even though we were improperly paying Clay Lake back, it showed we were still paying him. There was nothing sneaky about that. I laid it all out. So
yeah, we were filing that way because we thought we were doing the right thing. You know what I mean?
What was the thought process behind the preparation of the document in May, which said that as of May 1, 24, he would no longer have an interest? I mean, wouldn't you at least in that document have said, as of 19, he didn't have an interest and we paid him back? I mean, the document says as of 5/1/24, he has no longer has an interest. And you understand, and I understand that you guys are grinding and doing everything you can and all of that, but that's a factual misstatement. How do you account for that? I see Mr. Legg raising his hand. I don't know if you're welcome to have him join you up here. But how did you come to the preparation of that document?
Well, these guys are my best friends. I trust them. So it was always a verbal thing. And then when we got, called out for needing something in writing, that's when we went ahead and did it officially.
Okay, but the which I understand, you wanted to clean it up, and then ultimately you hired Mr. O'Reilly. You wanted to clean it up. I get all of that, but in the document it says that he is no longer an owner as of May 1st, 2024. That is, to me, a big concern.
Well, so when we were approached by Agent Lombardo with this whole thing, he said the way you guys have been handling the paybacks to Clay, he's technically an owner. In our head, he wasn't. It was reimbursement for his original investment. So that's why we drafted those forms like, okay, let's just clear ourselves completely out of this. That's why Clay was willing to take. He's like, let's just sign me off. I don't care about the money. It's just whatever. That's why we wrote up a document originally, because we just were under the assumption from talking with Agent Lombardo that this would be the best step.
And is that when you stopped paying him then? When you did that in May 2024? I think that because your last.
As
meeting
of
was
the
2024.
distribution ledger
Yeah.
reflects,
Yeah,
2024, Clay received $300.
right. And that was the last time you.
Correct.
That was the last.
That was
payment.
the last payment he
Okay.
received.
And so in your mind, was there anything else you needed to do to officially remove his interest or name as as an interest holder in the company?
That's what I thought we were doing with the.
Just by issuing the letter, you thought
Correct.
that's what you were doing? Okay. And you didn't have counsel at that time?
No, because essentially at that point, Joe Brown had retired, and we were trying to go back and forth with him a little
And,
bit.
and can you clarify a little bit about your background that your attorney was trying to get you to talk about? Is where'd you go to school and where did you go to? What did you study?
UNLV.
And I'm a graduate of American University, Washington, DC,
And what did you guys study? What's your
film.
visual arts.
Okay.
I think how did you guys end up at this location? Did the Radio City close down during the pandemic?
So
what
Milo
happened?
Kostelecki, he was an investor, a partner at Radio City Pizzeria. And so Lyle and I were working there, kind of helping to reestablish that business. And when Elias, who was the previous owner, he sold the place, Milo had told us, so we became friends with Milo then, that he had a bar that he was the landlord for, which was at the time called Gilligan's Hideaway, which is currently where Starboard Tack is, that his tenant wasn't paying rent anymore. And so it was going to be available, So we took a look at the place, and being from Vegas, I didn't realize it was the old Starboard Tack, but I walked in, I saw the stained glass. We went there as like little kids, So once we saw the opportunity, we talked to Milo, we worked out a deal with Milo, and that's how we took it over. So we didn't even put in a ton of money. That's where Clay's money came in. I mean, we renovated a little bit, but we've been just kind of doing that throughout the 8 years that we've been in business.
How's the business been doing?
Really good. Actually, this summer, kind of the opposite of from what you've been hearing about Vegas or whatever, we've been kind of doing really good. We're a really good industry bar, as far as service industry people, we get a lot of strip employees and stuff like that, but we're more than just a gaming establishment too. We have a UNLV literature department comes in and does things with us. We do fundraisers for Native American people. we've held weddings there, you know, we're more of like a beacon for the community even, you know, than just a food, restaurant, gaming, alcohol, beer establishment, you know?
And we're still dealing with the current climate, the east side, which is a little hit or miss. Like it's starting to get better, but it's people pull up and they're like, oh, this doesn't look like what it's going to be. But if you go on our website and Yelp, like we are highly regarded for everything we do, from our cocktails to our scratch kitchen, 24/7. There's very few places now in Vegas.
I mean, we're completely unique as far as gaming establishments in Las Vegas for what we do. There's nothing like us, you know? And that's what we built our reputation on, you know?
In no way am I going to try to downplay in terms of the 2024 document that you have touched upon, Mr. Chairman. I would say, though, is as you've heard these two individuals talk about, they don't have a legal background. They don't have, in terms of an accounting background. I think the testimony is they're trying to do the right thing in response to the information that was provided. And they're not victims. They admitted in terms of that what they've done is incorrect in terms of this process. From my perspective, I somewhat wish LegalZoom did not exist because it didn't, or similar companies, because I think it would save a lot of people in situations such as this. And I'm going to guess, or I understand through my communications that this was a document that he probably pulled from LegalZoom in response to communications and tried to do the right thing. The severity of it, again, I'm not trying to downplay. And that's why we're here in terms of try to move forward. That's why they've tried in terms of, or they've registered for the classes of this for this month in anticipation of this meeting to more fully understand in terms of the regulatory process and the industry that they're involved in, and the fact that it is a privilege license and that they understand it's a privilege license in terms of moving forward, and they appreciate in terms of what they have.
Judge, any further questions?
No, I'm good for now. Thank you.
So I guess I'll start in the discussion of this. Very concerned about a number of these facts, a number of these actions taken. I fully understand that you were doing the best you could, or at least you thought you were doing the best you could. There are a number of things here, in particular, Mr. Lake's treatment of the K-1 income that I would like to know about, understand about. And so I can't support moving forward with this transfer at this time. So then the question is, from our perspective, what does that leave us with if we do that? And so what I would consider supporting, and I want to hear from my colleagues on this, would be to, and of course the Attorney General, to make sure that this approach is sound in accordance with procedure. But what I would potentially support, and again, I want to hear some more about this, would be referring this matter back to staff, getting the additional facts that we need because of this matter and the frankly, the severity of it, considering disciplinary action against you as a licensee. And by that, I mean cleaning this up the right way, right? Taking it back to the board, pursuing disciplinary action as is appropriate based on the board and ultimately the commission to decide. And then once that has been addressed in full and cleared, I would be potentially more amenable to have you then come back before us to effectuate this transfer properly. There's a significant history here over more than 6 years of things that frankly stand directly in opposite to what we do and we stand for, all right? Saying you're going to take someone out of the ownership and not doing it effectively, allowing them to still benefit, as Member Sandal said, benefit even in a small way, $1, $1 million, doesn't matter, to benefit from the partnership, even though you said he was no longer in the partnership. And so rather than deny this transfer outright, which would have the effect of being as if the transfer never happened, and we could certainly seek disciplinary action anyway, but what I propose to potentially have you come potentially all the way clear of this, we look at it internally with the additional facts we need. We pursue disciplinary action as appropriate. We get that behind us as you want to, as we want you to. And then from there, we can reassess and take back before us the matter of this transfer. So those are my thoughts, and I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on the matter.
I guess Dag McGaw, I mean, Chairman, can he just do that and withdraw it and then, or do we, how does that work? Procedure.
You would just, he can refer it back to staff as long as the other board members don't object to it.
Okay.
It would not be a withdrawal, however, the application would still be pending.
Understood. I'm happy to support the chairman's recommendation here.
Do you have any suggestions or anything you want to add to what the chairman suggested?
I understand in terms of what the chairman has said. And I appreciate what the chairman has said. I don't, in terms of have anything to add as it relates to that approach. We'll go down that approach. We understand in terms of what needs to happen. And we look forward in terms of the next steps, in terms of how to address it.
Yeah, okay, then, I mean, I just think we need to untangle this and kind of make it right. And I agree with the chairman that that's the best way to proceed right now. Just refer it back to staff and try to untangle a little bit of what's happened and maybe just clean it up, because we definitely want to see property like that thrive and do well. How many people do you employ?
Currently, it's 14.
Yeah, so, we have
Not
concerns.
including ourselves. We're there every day also.
Got it, yeah. So, I mean, that's another concern too. So we want to see this thing move forward in the right direction. And I want to help you get there. And I think the best way to do it is to refer it back to staff and try to work through any of the issues that we've been discussing.
I think Mr. McGaw had a comment or a question.
I was wondering if we could go off record for just a minute so I could discuss something with you.
Yes, we'll stand in recess for 1 minute, please. Everybody stay where you are. Thank you, Mr. McGaw. So I guess at this point, there is just a matter of indication that this will be referred back to staff for further consideration and potential disciplinary action, which sounds ominous, but certainly I think will give you the path towards certainty that you need to clean this up and come right, if you will, as to Nevada Gaming Control Board, so you can be able to move from there and move forward properly. You're well positioned now with Mr. O'Reilly as your counsel. And so I think we just go through this process. As the judge has said, and as Member Sandal said, let's get a couple of other pieces of information. Let's go through the process, clean this up, and then in pretty short order, we potentially could get this transfer matter back before us, and then we can clean this up and move forward in the correct way. That would be our view. So if I can do that, Mr. McGaw, I will recommend now or order this matter to be referred back to staff at this time.
Just for clarification, did you want to address the need to put the funds in escrow from the transaction with Shulk Capital? because they were not supposed to transfer that funds. They're supposed to put the funds into escrow until the board and commission approve that transfer. Did you want them to put it in escrow or unwind that transaction?
So the amount in question was how much? Right, and if we were to have you put that in escrow, is that something that you're capable of doing right now?
I don't think the funds have already been transferred. That's the issue. So I think in terms of if we ask Mr. Thorne, who's our Tom, who's on the line, to confirm that.
So Mr. Tom, would you be able to place the 100,000 in escrow pending completion of this matter?
No.
In what sense? In that you're unwilling or it's unavailable?
It's unavailable.
Okay, how about a certain portion of that? And again, I'm being respectful of the fact that we're dealing with small business and all of that. So could we say 25,000?
Yeah, I could probably make that work.
Okay, so that will be part of it as well, that Mr. Tom will put in escrow suitable to Nevada Gaming Control Board, $25,000 until for the pendency of the matter until it's concluded. Thank you, Mr. McGaugh, for that inclusion. So gentlemen, I guess we're done with the matter here today. And we appreciate the approach that you want to come and you want to clean all of this up. And my suggestion to you would be that this is the right way to do it. Again, to continue to work with Mr. O'Reilly, and then let's work our way out of this process and back to where we can effectuate this transfer in ordinary course, but as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll turn to restricted item number 2. Madam Secretary, please read it into the record.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Muddy Mutts LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda, and the application of Jessica Gamble for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. You also have the request to withdraw the application of Muddy Mutts LLC doing business as Wash and Save Laundromat to add, remove, or modify a condition.
Hello, welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, I'm Jessica Campbell.
Good afternoon, I'm Ben Rudnitsky.
Well, thank you for being here this afternoon. If you would, could you please describe the activity that goes on at the location, both from a gaming standpoint and otherwise?
Yeah, it's a laundromat, and it is grandfathered in and it has 7 slot machines.
Okay, very good. And how long have you owned that location?
We purchased it in 2016. Or I purchased it.
So the area of concern, which I'm sure you're aware of, is that there was an extended period of time where there was no key employee.
Yes.
If you would, can you describe the circumstances that led to that condition of not having a key employee for the better part of 3 years?
Sure. So we purchased it in 2016 and we were new to gaming. We didn't know the process. So we hired somebody to assist us with the process. Dave Eder was his name. So he filled.
And then maybe get closer, yeah.
Mr. Eder helped us fill out all the paperwork. So he put on file, I guess there's a condition that we have a key employee as part of our restricted license. So he filled that out, but it was incomplete. So it sat there. We weren't aware that it was incomplete. Then the key employee was let go in 2018 for, she was behaving erratically. So we let her go. didn't occur to us that was our key employee, so that was clearly our mistake. Then it came to our attention that the application was incomplete, and we said, well, actually, she's not even with us anymore. So then we retained an attorney to help us with that process. We tried to put me as the key employee, but since I'm not there as much, our attorney felt it was better that there was someone that was there all the time. So Maria had been there a couple of years, and she's a very loyal employee. So we filled the application out for her and submitted it, and then that's kind of where we are. So then we wanted to add Jessica to the gaming license, or get her a gaming license, and then it came up again that we had never that 3-year period had never been resolved.
So functionally, for that 3-year period, who was acting as the key employee?
I mean, we have a manager who's there every day, but she was not we don't have an application for her. Nora is our manager.
Okay. And what was, during that 3-year period, what was her involvement with gaming?
So she does the drop, collects the money. She calls the maintenance guy when the machines are on the fritz. And Jessica's a little more involved in the business. She does some management as well, because I'm a full-time physician. So she helps manage the business. And so she has probably more knowledge of what Nora does.
Would you like to fill us in?
Yeah, that's certainly what Nora does. Manages the slot machines, makes sure that no one's smoking, no one's drinking, no one's under the age of 21. Everyone gets paid out properly. All of the employees have training in gaming and can do those things, but Nora is primarily responsible, and she collects all the money every Wednesday from the machines and does the report and takes the money to the bank as well.
So who's your key employee now?
So her name is Maria. Nora at the time had a newborn, and she did not want to be the key employee. So she thought that Maria would be a good key employee, and she has been.
Okay, so, but effectively during that period, it was Nora who acted it, even though she didn't want it.
I would say that, well, she didn't want to do the application when it came up in 2021. And when we realized that we were not in compliance and that we did not have a key employee application on file, she chose not to do it. And she elected Maria to do it. And Maria was happy to do it. Maria worked with the lawyer and the paralegal to do the application within a month.
From the moment that you didn't have a key employee in 18, I guess, up through now, for the record, have there been any complaints, concerns related to gaming at the location?
No,
Anything at
none
all?
from customers or the commission or anyone, no.
Okay. And you do realize now that obviously this was a condition that is very important for the operation of the
Yes,
facility.
understandably so, yes.
And, you know, certainly we'll look to you moving forward, should we approve this or recommend this for approval to the commission, should the commission approve it, we'll look to you to make sure that the key employee who's there stays there until such time as another one is chosen. We cannot have this sort of gap under any circumstances.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions. Member Sendall.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for being here. It's good to hear that you did have somebody essentially functioning who was trained and you were training your employees. It was just an oversight, it appears, for have like almost 1,200 days that you didn't have a key employee from July 2018 till October 2021. But you are aware that, you know, having an extended amount of time of not having a key employee, you know, that violates the condition, as you noted. Is it Dr. Radetsky then?
Mhm.
And I understand that you now, can you explain again how you became aware of it, or what made you apply to correct the situation?
I think
So in September 21, Amy Morton emailed and said that when Ben originally filed his gaming application, Mr. Etter had filed a key employee application for employee Sarah Perez, but it was in those 2 years that they had it, they just discovered that it was incomplete.
Oh, right.
So then I responded saying, well, she's no longer an employee. And they responded saying, well, you must have a key employee. This is a condition on your license. And that's when we hired the attorney and got the application in.
And you had a little bit of an issue too. How did you find Miss Greco back in 2023?
Yeah.
Can you just address that? And
Yeah,
kind of what-
sure. So we decided that I would apply for gaming license. And I just Google search. Well, first we tried to contact Dave Etter because he was really great. I guess this was a huge oversight, but from our point of view at that time, we thought he was great. And his email came back that it was no longer an email, and same thing with his phone number. So I just Google searched help with gaming applications. Her name came up top of the Google search. At the time, I thought she was an attorney. And so I hired her, and she did help us with the application process.
And my understanding is she is an attorney, but do you
Well,
understand of her status, or she's been disbarred or disciplined, is my
I
understanding?
don't know. Right as it came time for me to submit my application, I must have Googled her again or something, and I saw that she had some sort of, she had been in trouble, and I thought she had been disbarred.
Yes.
So at that point, I asked an attorney friend of mine, what do I do? This doesn't seem like someone I should use, but the process is almost over and we haven't had any issues. She's just helping me like use blue ink and don't leave any blanks. And he said, well, just submit it. But if you come across anything, I'll refer you to a good gaming attorney rather than, please don't use her for anything necessary further.
And so then that was just your attorney friend?
Yeah, just a friend.
And then you never did?
Well, then we had submitted the application and nothing, and I didn't use her further other than to ask her one question about whether I would be a managing member or not. I believe I asked her that.
Did you ever ask her about her disbarment status or what her status was? Or did she ever?
I did not. And she mustn't have presented herself as an attorney when I look back. Perhaps she just said that she knows how to do this paperwork. I don't think she lied to me. I just, I think I assumed she was an attorney based on her website.
So going back to this here, then we've got a couple different actions before us. We have an application for a transfer of an interest, an application for licensure as member manager, and that's for you.
Yes.
And the transfer of interest from, you guys are married? Is that
We are
what you're saying?
married, yes.
All right, so from Dr. Rudensky to Ms. Campbell. And then there's the other aspect that you had an application to modify a condition, but then later you realize you don't need to modify the condition. Can you address that a little bit?
That was when we originally were going to make Ben the key employee, but then the attorney, Dennis Gutwald, suggested that it should be a full-time employee. So
gotcha.
Yeah, we no longer needed to modify.
So I guess that needs to be, so you have that application for withdrawal before us.
Okay.
To remove that condition.
We don't
Or
need
to,
that.
oh, we don't, right.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
And then we have your application before us for suitability as an application for licensure as a member and manager too.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll take multiple motions as we close this out.
All right. And so then we also have a little bit on your background here that I just wanted to go through. If you can explain to me.
Okay.
It looks like you went to West Liberty University. You didn't graduate. Can you tell me then what precipitated you going back to get your bachelor in nursing?
Yeah, financially at the time, I wasn't able to complete college. So I moved to Las Vegas and began working. And then once I was able to go back to college, I enrolled at UNLV in the School of Nursing and graduated.
So you have a licensing.
I have a bachelor's of
You're
science in
registered.
nursing, and yeah, I'm
You're
currently
a registered
licensed.
nurse, is that
Yes,
correct?
I'm a registered nurse.
And you worked in that role then? For
Yes.
a while?
Yes, yes.
So can you just kind of summarize a little bit about your work history up until?
When I first graduated, I worked in North Las Vegas at a surgery center for low-income families and special needs adults and children who need general anesthesia in order to have dental procedures for a few years. And then I worked under Dr. Diaz, a neurologist here in town, running his neurology infusion clinic. And then I was hired by Celine Dion to be her personal nurse for a few years. So I worked with her part-time and then eventually full-time. And then I resigned, I believe it was summer of 22. I believe it was 22 or 23. I opened a charitable foundation after a trip to Africa. And that's what I do now is I run that foundation.
And what's that called?
Makole Kole.
Okay. Say it one more time.
I know, Makole Kole.
Macaulay. Yeah. Because you have a few things listed on your employment as present. So you've got Macaulay, and then you have Flamengo International Lasers.
That's the name of an LLC. We bought a laser tag facility down the street from our house with a few of our friends. There's a bunch of investors. And so, yeah, I help to manage that business.
Okay. How much time does that take?
Now, not much at all. We're trying to sell it. So not much at all, just a few emails here and there every week.
And then I wasn't sure what this was. JG and BR Holdings. I assume it's just a holding
it's
company. You guys.
Yeah, we have some real estate.
Got it.
Together.
And then Clark County Medical Society Alliance, you're a membership chair. Is that?
Yeah, I'm a board member of the Clark County Medical Society Alliance. Yeah, we raise money here in Clark County for different medical needs, and it stays in the Southern Nevada. So,
and that's a compensatory position that you hold?
No,
you do not.
all volunteer.
That's volunteer.
Yes, Macaulay Cole is volunteer as well.
Oh, okay.
I don't take a salary.
Gotcha. You have an interesting background. You do a lot of different stuff. Renaissance woman.
Yeah, life's always changing.
So you've never been licensed before.
Correct.
I didn't have any general issues. Obviously, there's some concerning material with your disbarred attorney, but I appreciate your forthrightness on that situation. And obviously the kind of the gap there, the last of 3.5 years with the key employee, I appreciate that you're able to remedy it and address it upon it coming up. I'll pass it off to my colleagues and see kind of where this goes.
Judge Assad, do you have any questions for the applicants?
Thank you for being here.
Thank
And I just want to make sure you're aware that you'll need to notify our tax and license division subsequent to the consummation of the transfers of interest.
Tax and license division, okay.
Okay. And, just in the future, it would really help to get good, competent gaming counsel. It'll save you a lot of money in the end, really.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's all.
Thank you, Judge Assad. Do you have anything further to add?
No, sir.
Okay. From my perspective, this was a rather significant mistake. But on the other hand, it's something that I assume you've learned from, and certainly this won't happen again. There was an individual who was managing effectively and doing the role, although not designated in the role. So that I think is helpful. And then also there were no issues that arose at the facility during this period or before or since. So it didn't really lead to any concern. So as the judge, I think astutely has said, it's important to get good counsel. So I definitely would recommend, particularly given all of what you're involved in, it's probably easy to have oversight either on or to overlook things on the gaming side or on your other matters. But gaming, we will tell you, obviously, it's very specific in its requirements and we're very exacting about it. So it's important that this doesn't happen again, because if you should come back before us and something of this nature or something else comes up, then this first matter will be discussed and quite frankly, potentially looked at in a different light once we go on to the second thing. But I will say it's important that you rectified it as soon as you realized what the mistake had been, and I appreciate that, and I'm prepared to support the application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to add a couple things that you understand the bankroll requirement.
We do.
Location.
We do.
And you took, or I guess I should ask, because I know originally you were going to come before us a couple months ago, and I'm sorry for your loss. Your family loss is my understanding, and we're back here now. Were you able, and did you take the restricted license compliance seminar, or do you plan to?
I did, yes.
You did? Okay,
Yes.
great. And I'm I'm in support, and I appreciate your candor and
thank you.
Moving forward in the way you did, and coming before us now for licensure. So
thank you.
I'm prepared to move forward.
Thank you, Member Sendall. Judge?
Do the withdrawal first.
Okay, so you're prepared to
Yes,
support it? Okay,
I'm in agreement.
very good. In which case, we will do this in a series of motions, the first of which will be the withdrawal. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Move that we accept the application to withdraw the application to remove or modify a condition.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. And then,
Yes, I move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert regarding restricted agenda item number 2, the application for a transfer of interest and the application for licensure as a member and manager.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Have a nice day.
Madam Secretary, this brings us to our last agenda item, public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon. But we're happy to hear comments from the public as well as my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. So first, let's go to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to make a public comment? If so, please step forward to the podium. Seeing none, let's move to Las Vegas. Is there anybody in Las Vegas wishing to make a public comment? If so, please step forward to the podium and state and spell your name for the record. Seeing none. I'm sorry? Oh, please, Member Sindal.
Thank you. I just wanted to take a moment during public comment and recognize one of our chiefs of tax and license, Chief Chan Langsavath. It's his birthday today, so happy birthday to Chief Langsavath. And take a moment to, as always, as we all are, very appreciative to all the staff and all your hard work and the applications and all the follow-up and the due diligence. There was a lot of back and forth and questions, at least I personally did with a lot of the agents and with Dag McGaw on Monday. So thank you all. That's all.
Thank you. And I believe while we're in this vein, I believe this is Deputy Chief Teggio's last meeting. So we'd like to recognize him and thank him for his terrific service to the state for over a course of many years, and we wish him the best of luck always. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, that will at this time close our public comment section. And this concludes the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of August 2025. Thank you all for those who attended in person or virtually. We are adjourned.